We open with the now iconic WB shield as Danny Elfman's familiar Batman theme kicks in. As the shield fades, the once blue skies now dim to the crimson hues of sunset. Slowly, we descend through the glittering spires of Gotham City's past. The metropolis radiates the charm and grace of untarnished silver, a far cry from its future destiny. Pushing down its iconic Broadway canyon, we finally arrive at Old Gotham Cathedral. Only it's not so old anymore. The Gothic church glimmers in its heyday. Inside, a wedding ceremony unfolds. A bride and groom, perhaps a little mismatched, but still star-crossed lovers in their own right, stare longingly at each other. We don't know it yet, but these two are Victor and Nora, soon to be Mr. and Mrs. Freeze. Here, Victor would be played by Patrick Stewart, made up to look younger. Nora would be played by Winona Ryder, made up to look a little older. The dialogue isn't audible. The music handles the heavy lifting, but it's clear where we are. The priest has given the groom permission to kiss the bride. Victor lifts the veil and the two exchange a moment. Nora smiles, but soon, something changes. Her lips sink and her eyes widen in water. Panic and tears drip across her face, frightening Victor. He grips her tight, confused. Slowly, she withers away, slipping into a cold, deep sleep. The music swells as her limp body collapses in his arms. Pulled down by the weight, Victor crashes to his knees. There he stays, cradling his bride at the altar. A man in the front row, flanked by his wife and baby, stands up. We don't know it yet, but this is Dr. Thomas Wayne, played by Gabriel Byrne. Accompanied by his wife Martha and son Bruce, Thomas shouts at the groom. In deafening silence, the lips read, "Victor! Victor!" But the groom does not answer, consumed by shock. He simply kneels, motionless, next to his wife. A cold statue. Fade out and in with the music. We're in a small laboratory now. Victor stares up at his bride, now frozen in time inside a cryotube. He turns toward the pathetic lab. A desk rests on its side. Notes litter the floor. Furiously scribbled formulas line the walls like graffiti. Victor's enraged eyes focus on the window. It rattles against the throes of a blizzard. Lightning strikes. Thunder snow. In the flickering light, he holds up a security key, considering his options. He decides. With clenched fist, he turns determinedly towards Nora. Lightning strikes again. Over the Gotham River, we follow a small semi-truck racing across Gotham's largest suspension bridge. The road is empty. Only a fool would be caught dead in the storm. Music, lightning, and snow join in chorus as the truck thrashes through the ice. We follow the truck barreling through Gotham's downtown canyons. At the end of the boulevard, we see its destination, the Wayne Enterprises building. The truck slides back into a ramp. A sign reads "Authorized personnel only." The truck door opens. A glimpse of Nora's cryotube. A close-up of a security card inserted into a keypad. The light flashes green. Inside, the cryotube lands via forklift. Victor flies out of the vehicle. Machines line the walls. He darts between them, flipping switches, turning cranks, and pressing buttons. Finally, he injects 2 tubes into his veins. His eyes follow the IV line to Nora's cryotube. His eyes welling up with tears, he grabs one final switch. For a moment, he hesitates. Then he sees a light switch on from behind the lab door window. Panicked, he throws the switch. A giant coil lights up. Lightning sparks from its tip. Victor begins to glow. His blood, now glowing like molten gold, courses out of him through the IV tubes and into Nora. She begins to flicker like a candle. A smile washes over Victor's iridescent face. For the first time in years, happiness. The room radiates with their combined energy. But it's all too much. Tiles fall, glass shatters, nuts and bolts break. Still, Victor continues until a shadow steps in. At the top of the stairs, a man in a fedora is flanked by armed gunmen. The shadowy figure opens a fuse box next to him. Victor drops to his knees, pleading. The shadowy figure, unfazed, grabs the kill switch. Before the switch is pulled, Victor throws a chair at the shadow. It lands a direct hit. But the gunmen respond in turn with a hail of bullets. Victor is knocked back, the IV tubes yanked from Nora. Every machine suffers a catastrophic meltdown in the gunfire. The room explodes. We hold on a broken cryo-freeze tank, spraying liquid chemical ice into the air. A hand emerges from the toxic spray. Blue. It grasps at anything and everything, pulling itself up against Nora's cryotube. Inside, Nora still sleeps, an angel trapped in time. But outside, something evil festers. From inside Nora's tube, we see the disfigured face of Victor peering in. Skin blue, hair singed, body scarred, eyes blood red. The monstrous reflection screams in anguish before sliding down the glass. In the darkness, the music broods and the credits finally start. As they begin to unroll, we follow the image of a man crawling on the floor. It's Victor, skin sizzling and throat retching, fighting tooth and nail to reach the large bay doors in front of him. Light shimmers through its cracks. The wind violently batters against it, trying to force it open. With every inch of ground, the music builds and builds, until, finally, Victor reaches up and pulls the latch. The music explodes with the classic Batman crescendo. The doors crash open, unleashing a barrage of wind, snow, and bats. Victor stands and embraces the howling blizzard. A title flashes in red: Batman and Robin. We fade into the lonely streets of Gotham as the credits roll. A lone shadow stumbles through the blizzard, scarred and barely clothed. No one can see him. No one would dare brave the storm of the century. Impervious to the sub-zero temperatures, he stumbles through snowdrifts and trudges through frigid streams. A modern Prometheus adrift on the ice. He braves back alleys, highways, graveyards, and parks until he finally makes his way back across the bridge. At long last, he reaches his hidden laboratory, barefoot and dying. The explosion took its toll on his feeble body. With what little energy remains, he slinks into a spare cryotube. The tube activates with a hiss. As the music winds down, we push in towards his face. As the icy liquid envelops him, a single tear escapes his eye. He becomes frozen in time as his eyes close, suspended in the solution. A final credit reads, directed by Tim Burton. A loud gong followed by a 40 years later title signals our return to the Gotham we know. An old, decrepit urban hellscape. On the streets, a newspaper boy flashes today's headlines as Gothamites stroll by in the morning rush hour.
Extra, extra, read all about it. Heat wave chokes Gotham City. Criminals ride heat wave. Who will stop this wave of crime?
An uptight socialite, comically overdressed for the heat, accidentally rams into the newspaper. Her purse and hat tumble amidst a sea of papers.
Whoa, steady there, miss. Here, let me see if I can...
He reaches for her purse, but she snatches it first and grips it tight.
You've done enough, thank you.
The woman searches for her hat, rolling down the sidewalk, shoving the boy out of the way.
All right, lady. Sheesh.
The boy picks up his papers as the woman fights the uncaring rush hour crowd. Again and again, she tries to bend over and snatch the hat, only to be thwarted by another errant kick. Exhausted, she uselessly tries to part the sea of people.
Excuse me. Pardon me. Please, if you could just... How rude!
Finally, the hat gets kicked next to an alleyway. She bends over to pick it up and is greeted by a gun. Her mouth opens in a silent scream as a hand pulls her behind a dumpster. Gun still pointed at her face, the crook grabs her purse.
Hey, lady. Nice bag.
He inspects the name on the bag and smugly nods to himself.
Versace? I know how to pick 'em.
He rummages through the purse, but only finds a makeup compact, a lipstick holder, some spare tissues, and a handful of dollar bills. He pulls out an ordinary lipstick holder.
What is this, spare change? Lipstick? Where's the rest?
That's everything!
Oh, it is, huh? Well, then let's have a look at that pretty dress. Maybe that's a Versace, too.
A sultry voice cuts through the alley, startling them both.
I just love a man who appreciates the finer things.
The mugger turns around, stunned to see Catwoman, whip in hand, stretching her neck, itching to fight. The mugger smiles, checking her up and down.
Well, I appreciate what I'm seeing.
He aims the gun at Catwoman.
Not for long.
She snaps the whip, hitting him directly in the eye. He grabs his eyes and screams in agony, tumbling back into the city street. The socialite stumbles against the wall, grateful.
Thank you. I wish I could reward you, but I'm afraid I don't.
That's okay. I'll just take the lipstick.
Catwoman signals to the purse on the ground. The socialite grabs it for herself, clearly nervous.
Oh, you wouldn't want that. Trust me, it's...
The masked feline slowly approaches the socialite and snatches the bag from her hands.
Surely there must be something else.
Catwoman opens the bag and gracefully reaches in, pulling out the lipstick holder. With her claws, she snaps it open, revealing a set of ruby earrings with a matching ring, along with a tightly bound wad of cash. The socialite nervously tugs at her earringless lobes with her ringless hand. Catwoman grins.
Just my shade.
Those are worth more than your life!
Catwoman extends her claw underneath the lady's chin.
I've had 9. How about you?
The socialite gulps as Catwoman nods.
That's what I thought. Now beat it.
The woman runs for her life, tripping and screaming. High above, 3 robed statues cast long shadows across the roof in the dawn sun. One of them moves, flipping around and exiting the scene. Down below, Catwoman examines the jewelry as her black cat, Miss Kitty, rubs up against her face and purrs.
You see, Miss Kitty? That's the trouble with men. All that poking and prodding.
As she speaks, a caped figure descends behind her, slinking into the hot steam.
And they can never find the right spot.
Catwoman flips around, but the shadowy figure isn't there. A whoosh echoes behind her. She smiles and slowly turns.
I have to say, I'm surprised it took you this long, Bat.
Her expression drops as she sees Robin standing there.
Boy.
With surprising speed, Robin cartwheels and kicks the whip out of Catwoman's hand. He slams her hand against the wall, revealing the lipstick container.
Accessories? You can do better.
I'll make an exception.
She knees Robin in the stomach. He gasps for air and collects himself.
You seem upset.
Not upset, just disappointed. But I'm sure you get that a lot.
Enraged, Robin takes on Catwoman. The two engage in fierce acrobatic martial arts like homicidal gymnasts. Robin nearly gets the edge, but Catwoman slides to her whip and uses it to lash Robin's legs. He lands on the back of his head, grimacing in pain. She flips the whip over a fire escape, hanging him upside down. She presses his face against the bricks.
Just as I thought. Young and inexperienced.
You don't know the first thing about me.
Oh, you think I can't put it together? Trust me. I know all about you. But unlike your rich old daddy Warbucks, my tolerance for orphans has its limits. So next time you want to play in the deep end, bring an adult.
She raises her hand and extends her claws. Robin winces. She flicks Robin's nose.
Ow!
Catwoman loosens the whip and Robin collapses to the ground. She flings the whip up to a chain and pulley, riding it up. She shouts down to him.
Tell him I'll be waiting. And no kids allowed.
Robin looks up, humiliated. He rubs the back of his head and shouts back.
He's busy!
We cut to Bruce Wayne in the bottom of Wayne Tech Industries. Boxes upon boxes fill a basement warehouse. Bruce stands in front of the boxes, holding a plaque that says, Gotham Humanitarian of the Year. A camera flashes with a loud poof. Elliot Knox is guiding the newspaper staff.
All right, get the picture. Let's go on the front spread. Wayne's brain, inside Gotham's Humanitarian of the Year. Or maybe it's, the Wayne train. What do you think?
Bruce doesn't react.
That's work in progress. Hey, what is all this stuff, anyway?
Bruce hands the plaque over to Alfred and takes off his suit coat.
Odds and ends, mostly. Unused tech from my father's early days.
In the background, we see the Wayne Tech crew forklifting boxes to a loading bay.
Not gonna go through any of it?
If I did, Lucius would kill me.
Lucius Fox, played younger here by Giancarlo Esposito, laughs to himself. It would take years, Mr. Knox, and I'm afraid it would all be obsolete. This space will get better use as part of our new medical research wing.
Yeah, very noble. You sure you're not hiding some Illuminati thing or space aliens in there or something?
Alfred rolls his eyes as the news team interrupts Knox with a checklist.
Okay, good. Let's have you guys get some interviews with the staff, and I'll finish up here with Mr.
Knox turns around to see Mr. Wayne and Alfred are gone.
Guy's like a ninja.
We cut to Bruce in a darkened room, reading an old ledger. The torched machinery, cobwebs, bullet holes, and rubble indicate it was the room Freeze met his accident in.
Very quiet, Alfred.
There's a certain air of reverence when one steps into a tomb.
It can't stay like this forever.
Your father thought otherwise, but for him the grief was too near.
It was 40 years ago, Alfred.
40 years since what?
Bruce and Alfred look at the top of the stairs. Elliot Knox has slid through the open door.
Sorry. Wanted to let you know we're wrapping up, but it seems like there might be a story down here.
Not really, I'm afraid. It's the same story 40 years ago. My father's business partner was attacked while working late one night. He didn't make it.
Yeah, I remember reading about that in the archives. Grisly stuff. Ever find out who did it?
My father had a lot of enemies.
Kinda ironic for a do-gooder.
Yeah, well, cops could never figure it out, but we believed it was corporate espionage.
From who?
Bruce looks down the table, sopped with the mail he brought with him. He moves an envelope, revealing a headline. Charles Schreck steps in as new GothCorp CEO. Elliot notes the long glare.
Well, GothCorp has had it in for you from the start. I don't think the new guy likes you too much either.
Occupational hazard.
Hero's journey, huh?
I'm not a hero.
Oh, okay, I can go with that.
Knox grabs his pen, smelling a good quote.
Then who is? Tell me, who does Bruce Wayne look up to?
It's pretty schmaltzy.
Please don't say the Batman.
No. My father. Honestly, he's done more for this city than Batman ever did. Or will.
Bruce gets lost in a 1,000-yard stare. Knox sighs at the heaviness of it.
Oof. You know, Vale once told me there's more to you than I'll ever know. Guess that's why she's got the Pulitzer.
Knox scribbles and hesitates for a second.
Off the record. You ever talk to her?
Vicky? No.
Yeah, me neither. You know what our problem is? Our life. We don't have any. It's just work. That's our raison d'etre, right? How can anyone compete with that?
A secretary sneaks in and calls down to Bruce.
Sir, it's Dick.
Then again.
Excuse me.
Bruce abruptly leaves.
Good luck with that, Wayne!
Knox dons his fedora and laughs to himself. We're now in Bruce's rich mahogany office. Bruce enters with Sarah and Alfred. She picks up the phone and hands him the receiver, covering the mouthpiece.
He said it was an emergency. Found something while shopping?
She moves to hand him the phone, but holds it back.
None of my business, but I think you spoil that kid.
Bruce smiles sarcastically.
You're right, Sarah. It is none of your business.
He winks and grabs the phone. She saunters off, grumbling.
Wish I could spend all day shopping.
Bruce rolls his eyes and answers the phone.
Hey, what do you got?
On the other side, we see Dick in a closed payphone booth, massaging his head with an ice pack. Gotham University campus, with all its busy students, lines the background.
A concussion and a cracked rib.
What happened?
Let's just say I ran into an old fling.
Selena.
Yeah. Yo, where did she learn moves like that?
Selena's an ocean of mysteries.
Well, I think we can close the book on our crime wave. All we gotta do is bring her in.
Oh, that's not gonna work. We gotta find another way to get to her somehow.
What do you suggest? A garbage bag full of catnip?
Look.
Maybe fill your swimming pool full of milk?
I get the point. We'll talk later. Where are you? I'll send Alfred to patch you up.
I'm fine.
You need medical attention.
I said I can handle myself.
There's an awkward pause. Outside the booth, a red-headed college girl glares impatiently at him, waiting. She taps her watch. Dick sighs and returns to the phone.
Look, it's just a few bruises.
Dick picks up a college party flyer hanging in the phone booth. It promises plenty of booze and music.
Nothing a little hard, studying won't help.
Yeah? And what are you studying?
As the redhead continues to glare, Dick watches a group of girls pass behind her, carrying the same flyers. They smile awkwardly at him. One of them flashes a flask hiding in her blazer and winks.
Chemistry.
Right. Well, just make sure if you drink anything distilled, it's water. You're underage, and you're on call tonight.
Don't I know it?
Dick hangs up and stumbles out. The redhead shoves her way in. He glares back at her as she throws a quarter in and starts dialing. Another rude Gotham moment. Back in Wayne's office, Bruce sets the phone back on the hook and rubs his head.
Sir? Looks like the cat's out of the bag.
Cut 2, upstream Gotham River at dusk. One of those classic Burton flights over the landscape. We glide through the forested canyons until we reach a massive hydroelectric dam, adorned with Art Deco statues. It seems like we've reached our stop at the raging waterfall cascading through the spillway. But instead, we push on, following a small power line from the power plant into the woods. It joins a deserted 2-lane highway, Old Route 56. Faded signs advertise long-abandoned roadside stops, culminating in a dirty billboard which welcomes visitors to Gotham's Water Wonderland. Crumbling vacation cabins and boarded-up diners suggest otherwise. Eventually, the power line ends at an old cement bunker hidden amongst the evergreens. Outside, armed men wait near the entrance. All are strangely dressed in Arctic jackets. They turn to greet one of their own, driving up the gravel path in a small truck. He parks and steps out.
Abandoned gas station, had a phone.
Did you reach him?
Yeah.
And?
Where a go?
The men raise their crowbars and clink them together like champagne glasses. At the steel door of the bunker, 2 of the men try to shove their way in. The other goons have their rifles at the ready. The first goon gives up and hands the crowbar over to the next. He wipes a sweaty brow and sighs as the other goon takes over.
This is ridiculous. It's bad enough we gotta do this manually, but what's with the jackets? It's 100 degrees out.
The boss has his reasons.
What possible reason?
A large clank and a rumble cuts the goon off. The steel door clanks open as a raspy wheeze of ice-cold air escapes the bunker. The goons suddenly shiver. One of them grabs a white flake floating through the threshold and inspects it.
Snow?
The men step inside. It's a veritable ice palace. What was a laboratory now resembles a frosted wedding cake. Mounds of frost covers every inch of the place, accented by icicles and tiny snowdrifts. The men push forward, flashlights illuminating old machinery encrusted in glittering ice crystals. One of the goons approaches a large air conditioning unit, spewing out snow. He flips open a panel and hits the kill switch. It sputters out.
Where's the power coming from?
The de facto leader points behind him, out beyond the walls.
The dam. See if you can get a light.
One of the goons finds a light bulb with a string attached. He pulls on the string. The whole bulb comes down and shatters on the floor. The men sigh and press on. One of them shines a light on a suit with a globed glass mask. It betrays a 1950s style of futuristic design.
Some kind of suit.
It's like the day the earth stood still in here.
Literally.
A third goon shines a light on the wall, revealing a metallic rifle.
Whoa, check this out.
Holy Toledo, is that a gun?
I don't know. My old man ran guns for years. I ain't ever seen anything like this.
What is this place?
Another goon calls out.
Hey guys!
Everyone assembles in front of an unknown device. We look down on them from the device's point of view. We can't be sure, but it's heavily implied it's a cryotube. They stare up at it in awe.
That's it.
How do we open it?
They look to the left. We jump cut to them breaking through a wall of ice, revealing an electric switch. One of the goons stands by, ready to throw it. The others stand in front of the device. There's a moment of hesitation. One of the goons stops the leader from giving the signal.
What?
Oh, we don't know what any of this stuff is.
It's our paycheck.
But
What's the matter? Cold feet?
you're not funny.
And neither are you.
He turns to the man at the switch.
Throw it.
The goon by the wall pulls the switch. The men crowd around the unknown object as it hisses menacingly. The leader holds up his rifle.
Remember, boys, be persuasive.
We close on the leader's face as the wind and frigid steam intensifies. The force of it blows his hood back. He squints his eyes, shielding himself from the sharp ice crystals. In the chaos, the crimson reflection of 2 red eyes meets his own. Gripped with fear, the goon screams in terror. The sound of gunfire erupts. Cut to a sudden clink of champagne glasses. The screams of terror fade and fold into the sounds of a fancy party. Classical music plays as toasting glasses pull back to reveal an ice sculpture of a phoenix rising from a glowing yellow table. In front of it all is Chip Shrek, the man of the hour, schmoozing with Gotham's business elite. He passes a couple of well-dressed socialites nibbling on hors d'oeuvres and pauses to wrap his arms around them.
Thank you for coming. I assume the 68 dame and the hors d'oeuvres are to your liking?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Splendid.
Chip walks off as the lady continues to flatter him.
Why wouldn't they be?
Her partner mutters to her.
It's the only reason we're here.
The lady snorts, unable to control her laughter. She spits up some of the priceless champagne. She tries to dust it off her dress. A steely-eyed, raven-haired woman carrying a silver tray clears her throat. We don't know it yet, but this is Chip's secretary, Inca. The duo turn, realizing they might have been overheard. Inca extends a cocktail napkin. They nervously accept. Inca glares judgingly at them and moves on. At the edge of the room, an elevator door opens, revealing Bruce Wayne. Inca strides up to Chip and whispers in his ear. Chip turns to see Bruce. He waves, making a spectacle of it.
Bruce, I knew you couldn't turn down my invitation.
Chip moves in closer, face to face.
But where's your +1? No lucky lady? Not even your ward? He's in college. Applying himself, I'm sure. Well.
We cut to a loud college party. Dick Grayson stands on a table, gulping down the contents of a red Solo cup as the crowd cheers him on. He tosses the cup and does a forward flip off the table. The crowd cheers again. Back to Chip and Bruce.
His loss, but not yours, I take it. So what do you say? Do we have a deal? Not yet. Then you've considered it. Yeah. And? No.
Raised eyebrows and snickers follow the socialites closest to them. Chip tries to save face.
But? Can I be brief? How brief? Goodbye. That's brief.
Bruce gives him a pat on the arm.
Try not to have a chip on your shoulder.
Bruce flips around to leave, but runs into Inca. She purposely spills champagne on him, feigning ignorance. She offers to clean him up, but Bruce refuses. Chip forcefully grabs Bruce by the arm and hurries him away, dabbing at the stain with his own handkerchief.
Nonsense! Let's go to my office, then we can get you cleaned up.
We cut back to the college party. Dick is carrying 2 red Solo cups of punch through the crowd. After a near miss with a drunk frat boy, he tumbles into the phone booth girl from earlier, spilling punch all over her. Grayson stands in shock, embarrassed. He tries to apologize, but she runs off, distraught. One of his college buddies slides up next to him as the music blasts even louder.
Oh, you're busting now! You know who that is?
Who?
The friend shouts in Grayson's ear, but the dance music drowns it out.
Who?
His friend ignores him and joins the dance. Grayson walks away. We cut to him at the door. He opens it. He takes one last look at the party. Then he sighs and leaves. A jump cut leads us to the interior of a dark office. Chip's. Super tall doors swing open, revealing an inverted version of Bruce's office. Where there was wood, there's stone. Plain floors, stripes. Gaudy Art Deco ornamentations and rich treasures on display tell us this is a man who likes showing off. Bruce and Chip enter as Inca shuts the door, leaving them alone. Chip tosses Bruce a towel.
I apologize for my secretary. We Shreks have a genetic disposition toward klutzes. Didn't seem that accidental to me. Now, Bruce, whatever problems you might have, take it out on me, not poor Inca. You're right. I'd hate to see a good girl like that get tossed out the window.
Chip bites his tongue, not sure what Bruce truly knows.
What is this really about?
Bruce stares at an old painting of Ferris Boyle lying next to the fireplace. Up above the mantel, a ridiculously imposing picture of Max Shrek glares down at them.
You didn't waste any time moving in?
Chip turns his back on Bruce to pour a drink. Whiskey. As he does, Bruce examines Chip's briefcase on a leather chair. He quietly unlocks it as Chip talks and slips a tracking device into the sleeve.
Ferris Boyle's death was tragic, but life goes on. GothCorp needed a new CEO, so after eons of negotiations, I stepped in.
Wayne closes the briefcase quietly.
And now you want to buy out Wayne Tech.
Chip turns around with 2 drinks in his hand.
My offer was 1,000 times beyond generous.
Chip offers Bruce one of the drinks. Bruce takes it.
Yeah, that's what worries me.
Without missing a beat, he casually sets the drink down on top of a bust of Chip's head.
'Cause you don't have a generous bone in your body.
Bruce points accusingly at the painting of Max.
If you did, he would have had it surgically removed before you hit puberty. Don't you dare bring my father into this. Yeah, why not? Let's just lay it all on the table. I nixed your dad's power plant idea, and you were left with nothing. See, that's where you're wrong, mister. You want to know what my dad left me? What you left me? Self-reliance. For the first time, I had to learn to stand on my own 2 feet. And here I am, after years in the wilderness. I should thank you. Send me a fruit basket. Oh, I'll do more than that.
Chip walks over to a fancy cabinet and pulls out a book wrapped in cloth. He unwraps it and tosses it to Bruce.
A little souvenir from our mutual friend, Boyle.
Chip flops down in his office chair and puts his feet on the table. He picks up a letter opener and plays with it as Bruce inspects the book. On the cover, it says Wayne Tech, Thomas Wayne. Inside are handwritten notes.
A ledger of your father's. Not sure how Boyle got a hold of it, but I can guess. Turns out GothCorp had quite the interest in the inner workings of Wayne Tech. You can keep it. That's just the tip of the iceberg.
Bruce looks suspiciously at Chip.
Oh, don't worry. He had plenty on my dad, too. Must have been a big book. Cute. Point being, now you know. And so do you. What can I say? I'm an avid reader. What's your angle, Chip? Please. It's Charles now. It's blackmail. Now what do you want? Just a little something more than goodbye.
Bruce considers it for a moment and closes the book.
All right.
He walks over to Chip, leans over, and whispers in Chip's ear.
Sayonara, Chuck.
We quick cut to a high-angle shot of Bruce being led into his Rolls-Royce by Alfred. In a reverse angle, we see Chip staring through his office window. Down below, Bruce's door slams. We join him inside the vehicle, where he collapses into the back seat and loosens his tie.
To the manor, sir. Nah, the office.
He holds up the book.
I've got some studying to do.
Back in Chip's office, we see him, scotch in hand, staring at the portrait of his father. Max Schreck's gaze seems piercing. Chip sweats and loosens his tie, unable to look his father in the eye. The door knocks. Inca enters.
Sir,
What?
you're ignoring your guests.
Chip waves her off.
Bah, vultures. They're just looking to bask in my humiliation.
There's a call for you, sir.
Tell them I'm busy.
It's the expedition.
Chip perks up. He slams his scotch on the mantel and rushes to the desk.
Put them through.
She closes the door. Chip picks up the phone.
I hope you have good news. Wait, what? Slow down! Slow down! I can't hear anything.
We cut to a phone booth outside an abandoned gas station. The lead goon, covered in blood and sweat, is screaming into the phone, constantly checking his six.
They're dead! They're all dead!
Who's dead?
Son of a bitch! You didn't tell me what we were getting ourselves into.
What?
Those eyes, those red eyes, and those hands, all he had to do was touch us!
You're exaggerating.
Exaggerating? Does this look like I'm exaggerating to you?
The goon lifts up his hand, inspecting it. It's charred, black and blue. In the moment, the goon realizes Chip can't see. He huffs and barks back into the phone. We cut back to Chip.
Look, I gotta get out of here. Oh God, no!
Hello?
A loud crunch crackles through the phone.
Hello?
The line goes dead. We see a phone booth, splattered with blood. The receiver dangles off the hook. Outside, the goon's truck pulls away. Chip listens on the line to the sound of a truck peeling out. He calmly hangs up the phone and buzzes Inca.
Inca,
Sir?
that expedition team. Cancel the checks.
Yes, sir.
Chip releases the call button and leans back in his chair.
Time for Plan B.
We move on to Bruce Wayne's downtown office. Bruce sleeps in the chair at his desk, his glasses and father's ledger in his hands. The curtains are drawn. It's quiet. Only the ticking of a large grandfather clock at the back cuts through the silence. According to the clock hands, it's well into the 1 o'clock hour. Outside, the bat signal flips on. On the ledges of Wayne Tech Tower, we see a security camera activate. It turns towards the massive office window and flips on an infrared laser. The laser hits a sensor. Inside, a trigger slowly opens the curtains. The grandfather clock starts spinning its hands wildly. The whirring gives way to ear-shattering chimes. The noise stirs Bruce. He spins his head towards the clock. The clock sits at just the right angle to capture the reflection of the bat signal, illuminating the whole clock face. Bruce turns towards the window and stands up. Meanwhile, Dick Grayson's watch buzzes in his dorm room. He opens his eyes to see the bat signal looming out the window. He springs into action. Inside Wayne's office, Bruce holds a radio watch to his hand.
Alfred.
Inside the bat cave, Alfred stands at the bat computer, pressing some buttons.
I saw the signal, sir. Sending the suit now.
He hits a button. The sealed vault containing the bat suit ascends through a pneumatic tube. We follow the whooshing sounds of the suit making its way down a pipe that cuts through Gotham's underground. Meanwhile, we see Dick Grayson running through an abandoned tunnel. He comes across an old-looking motorcycle. While sprinting, he holds a microphone to his mouth and says,
"Activate."
The rusty cycle springs to life, flipping over panels and extending wings and weaponry, similar to how the Batmobile shields work. Dick comes up to the trunk and smacks the bike in 3 specific locations. The loud thunk, the trunk opens up, and Robin pulls out his suit, holding it up in silhouette. Inside Wayne's office, a loud thud reverberates behind the grandfather clock. Bruce reaches inside the clock and yanks the swinging pendulum. The whole clock swings open as a false door, revealing the vault behind it and the suit. It gushes steam as it slides open. The steam envelops the camera, and a hidden cut reveals Batman, fully suited. In a small alleyway below, a pile of garbage begins to rumble. A drunken homeless man stares at it in disbelief. Out of the garbage speeds the Batmobile. As it rounds the corner, the homeless man stares at his bottle of whiskey. He pours it out and chucks it against the wall. Inside the Batmobile, Bruce checks his computer readout. The screen displays some text. Robin. Trouble? Batman punches a few buttons. His reply displays on screen. Batman. We'll see. Atop the Gotham City Police Department, a shadowy figure waits. Behind him, Batman emerges. He steps forward, addressing the man.
Commissioner.
The figure turns, revealing an African-American man instead, played here by Lawrence Fishburne. Not exactly. At least, not yet. Batman pauses, stunned. The man breaks the silence. I'm Chief Akins.
I know who you are.
Then you know what I think of you. If I had my way, I'd take an axe to this thing. Akins beats his fist atop the bat signal. It flickers. Fortunately, that may be sooner than later. Akins flips off the bat signal with a loud click. Batman squints his eyes, waiting for him to get to the point. Gordon is retiring. He hasn't gone public yet, but I figured you should know. Call it a professional courtesy. Of course, until that day comes, I suppose it's still business as usual. Batman smiles, sarcasm dripping from his lips.
You need me.
No, he needs you. The boys in Homicide stumbled upon something you should see. Lakeside, off old Route 56. Batman heads for the ledge. Chief Akins shouts, "Hey!" Batman turns. "Don't get used to this!" Batman huffs to himself.
Likewise.
Batman leaps over the ledge. Chief Akins puts his hand on the signal and angrily pulls the plug. On old Route 56, the Batmobile races through the woods. Inside, Batman scans his radar. A blip indicates Robin waiting up ahead. On an old stone highway bridge, Robin stands on his cycle. The Batmobile flies through the underpass beneath him. Robin swings around and gives chase. After joining up, the two ride into the night as the music swells. Woods give way to an abandoned lakeside resort. Robin chimes in.
Well, isn't this a cheery place? You'd be surprised. New freeway siphoned off all the business. But before that, the young Bruce Wayne used to spend his family vacations up here.
Looks like it's seen better days.
So was he.
The Batmobile and Robin cycle pull onto a deserted gravel road. The duo exit their vehicles. Robin takes his helmet off. Batman gets a good look at his bloodshot eyes.
Studying, huh?
I can assure you I'm sober.
I know. The bike wouldn't start otherwise.
Batman walks toward a line of cop cars and yellow police tape as Robin follows.
What? Hey! Anything else you want to tell me about that bike?
Not yet.
They pass Gordon's trusted beat cop, Robert. He eyes them and shifts his gaze to a small bunker, nodding. Inside the bunker, the ice has melted, leaving quite the mystery. Gordon kneels over a white sheet as water drips all around him. He takes off his fedora and wipes his brow with a handkerchief.
Enjoying the night air?
Gordon flips around, startled. Batman and Robin stand in the shadows.
I would if it weren't for this heat. And yet...
Gordon gestures to the white sheet and pulls it up. Robin kneels down next to the body, face in disgust.
Jesus.
Batman interjects.
Frostbite. Looks like you and Homicide agree, and that's the problem.
How do you get frostbite in the middle of summer?
You tell me.
The Butcher Gang?
It seems like their M.O., but they normally freeze their victims post-mortem. This was done before.
Batman surveys the scene. Broken door, crowbars. He pauses at the silent cooling unit.
They broke in. Shut off the freezer. Somebody stopped them.
What were they looking for?
Who owns this property?
Gordon thumbs through some paperwork.
According to this, the Wayne family. Wayne? Yep. Everything along this gravel road for the past 50 years.
Batman rubs some muck off the machines, revealing an old logo. Wayne Tech Industries. We cut to a phone booth down the road. It's splattered in blood. Robin looks at a body on a gurney.
Same markings as the other guys.
Batman kneels, examining truck tracks. Robin watches with trepidation.
Oh, please tell me this thing's not out there.
Oh, my ears on the force, and I've never seen anything like this. From what I hear, you won't have to worry about that soon. I take it Chief Aikens told you. There aren't many good men left in Gotham, Commissioner.
That's for sure.
Yeah, and there's a reason. I can only tempt fate for so long. Now that my wife's passed on, my granddaughter's all I've got left. She's in college now and expects me to make it to her graduation. You will. I hope so. In this line of work, I've seen what losing a family can do.
We cut to an old log cabin near the crime scene. Batman and Robin stand on the deck like unwanted pests. Batman wipes some dirt off a window pane and shines a light through the window.
I can't blame Gordon.
Neither can I. Look.
Robin stares through the window and spots a picture of a father and son holding up a fish. The boy looks suspiciously like Bruce.
Whoa. Is that?
This was Thomas Wayne's fishing cabin.
But that means it's within earshot of... Hey, did Thomas ever mention that bunker?
Batman stares at Robin, implying no. He leaves with a whirl of his cape. Robin catches up. Batman and Robin walk down the gravel path.
So that's it?
There's nothing more we can do here.
Out of nowhere, Elliot Knox slips past some police tape. Robin rolls his eyes at the sight.
Well, looks like we got ourselves a monster mash. So, as the city's resident freak on retainer, who or what do you think did this?
Batman and Robin ignore him as he presses on.
No comment? Come on, we're all on the same side here. Hey, how about a picture at least?
Knox holds up his camera. A grappling hook clamps onto it.
Holy God!
Batman pulls the grappling cord, ripping the camera from Knox's neck. It drops to the ground at Batman's feet, in pieces.
Hey!
As Batman rams into Knox's shoulder, Robin tries to apologize.
It's, been a long day.
We cut to a small meatpacking factory on the Gotham docks. A sign reads, Final Cut Processing, meats delivered and sold. In the parking lot, we see the stolen truck from earlier pull up and squeak to a halt. Inside, we pass through numerous locked doors before entering a refrigerator room. Butchered cow and pig carcasses hang from hooks. On a wall, red graffiti reads, The Butchers. A gang of men, dressed in white butcher coats, huddle around a giant butcher block table, counting money. Their boss, smoking a cigar, sits front and center. A noise interrupts their chatting. We close up on a pair of metal boots stepping into the room. The men look incredulous. We hear a voice, deep and raspy, crackling through a portable speaker.
It appears hell is empty, for all the devils are here.
The gang all exchange glances. The boss speaks up.
Who the hell are you?
I'm looking for a few good men.
The gang laughs. The leader chimes in.
Oh, sure. What do you need?
He signals to a goon, who presses a button. A series of frozen human bodies, all dressed as gangsters, roll in on hooks. The boss grabs each one before shoving them down the line.
This guy owed us 10G, got an informant here, drug dealer from Quarto Maltese, and this one didn't make an appointment.
I'm looking for some muscle.
The boss grins. He nods to a giant mountain of a man with more tattoos than body hairs. The strong man steps up to the shadow at the end of the room, along with 2 other men. Cut to outside. The wall breaks. The strong man and his comrades fly through the brick and wood and hit the pavement, their necks and faces frozen in fear. Inside, the boss's cigar drops out of his mouth. The men stand idly by in shock. The boss recollects himself and shrugs. He smiles reluctantly.
Of course, our appointment policy is subject to change.
Inside the Batcave, Dick Grayson crosses a bridge and addresses Bruce, now out of his suit. His shouts echo through the cave as he holds out the Robin cycle starter.
You know, I used to think this thing was so cool, and then I found out it's just a giant breathalyzer.
Focus.
You don't trust me.
Bruce stares at him and gestures to the Batcave.
Look where you're standing.
You know what I mean. And now there's some thing out there that...
It's not a thing. Computer analysis confirms it. These wounds, they're human. Handprints. Judging by the size, probably male.
Robin stares at the reconstructed handprints on the Bat computer, shocked.
That's impossible. Instant frostbite? Those hands would have to be -70 below zero. Minimum.
Bruce turns to Grayson, impressed. Grayson sarcastically replies,
I study.
Bruce returns to the computer.
There has to be a logical explanation.
What about your father?
What about him?
You don't find any of this suspicious?
He didn't keep secrets.
Says his son, the man with a secret identity.
That's different.
Oh, I guess it skips a generation.
Why are you so hung up on my father?
Why are you not? Oh, wait. Look who I'm talking to.
Bruce flips around in his chair, addressing Grayson directly.
Look, if you have something to say, just say it.
Ignoring evidence? Protecting your own? Gotham City's rubbing off on you, man.
Robin leaves. Alfred, waiting in the shadows, takes the moment to sit across from Bruce.
Alfred, you knew my father better than anybody. You don't think...
Your father was one of the most trusting people I knew, but he always kept his work life separate from his family. It's a trait I always worried you'd inherit. Then again, maybe it would have been easier on me if you did.
Alfred smiles. Bruce loses himself in thought.
Every piece of Wayne tech in that bunker was 40 years old. Get a hold of Lucius. Tell him to recall those trucks. I want to see what's in our old junk.
We cut to a small highway outside Gotham. A long convoy of trucks stand idle, backing up into a small bridge. A lead car sits parked out front, its flashing yellow lights illuminating a man with a hard hat and a walkie-talkie. He speaks into the receiver.
Ah, you gotta be kidding me.
The man stows the walkie-talkie and signals the first truck with a whirling finger.
Turn it around!
The truck driver signals to his ear that he can't hear. The supervisor replies,
I said, turn it around!
Suddenly, a bazooka rocket hits the lead car. It explodes. The supervisor ducks for cover. An unmarked semi-truck plows through the fire and swings around, drifting horizontally across the street, blocking any escape. A side door opens, and a small army of suited thugs step out with Tommy guns and open fire. After the volley of bullets, we follow 2 of the goons as they move up the bridge and in between the body-riddled convoy. Methodically, they check each truck container, shouting, "Clear," when done. Finally, they fling open a rear truck door and find what they're looking for. One of the goons whistles and waves to the sky. Out of the night sky, a large black transport helicopter swoops in over the bridge. The goons work like a pit crew, detaching the container and wrapping large straps around it. 2 chain link hooks descend from the chopper. The men attach them to the container and scurry like rats. The chopper lifts off, spiriting the container away like a witch in the night. A loud telephone ring shatters the silence of Bruce Wayne's bedroom. He rolls over in bed and picks up the receiver.
Hello?
The barely audible voice of Lucius can be heard on the other end.
What?
We see the wrecked convoy burning in the morning sun. Police cars and ambulances surround the scene. In close-up, we see Bruce shaking the hand of Police Chief Akins, as Commissioner Gordon and Lucius Fox stand by. We'll do everything we can. Bruce thanks him and leaves with Gordon and Lucius. The 3 make their way between the bullet-riddled trucks as cleanup crews scurry about. Gordon shakes his head.
I'm getting deja vu all over again. Yeah, you and me both. We'll scour the black markets, but if this is some sort of corporate espionage, and I haven't seen anything like this since your father ran the company. I was a toddler. I was a deputy. Imagine that.
Gordon leaves Bruce and Lucius to chat. Bruce surveys the carnage.
Over a dozen men dead, 1 missing container, and no explanation.
Spooky stuff.
Contact Sarah. Make sure their families are taken care of.
We only vet subcontractors that insure their own. They'll already be getting plenty of...
And they'll get more. Oh, and what do you know about thermal technology?
What do you want me to know about thermal technology? Bruce reaches into his pocket and dumps a pile of crumpled up papers and napkins in Lucius's hands. Each one is scribbled with drawings and various notes.
I got some ideas. Future projects. Arctic, science. Communing with polar bears or something. Make it priority 1.
Bruce turns in a rush. Lucius stops him. Hey, where are you going? Bruce lets loose a scheming smile.
Fishing for clues.
Inside an ornate, Gothic indoor swimming pool, Chip Shrek casually swims laps. He pauses by the poolside, next to a phone, towel, newspaper, and champagne. As he dries his head in the pool, a figure appears from seemingly out of nowhere. It's Batman.
Enjoying your bloodbath? I was, until the vermin snuck in. I should fire the pool cleaner.
Batman tosses the newspaper into the water. It floats in front of Chip's face. The headline reads, "Brazen overnight attack on Wayne Tech leaves over a dozen dead."
Then where would you do your dumpster diving? What is this? Bruce Wayne can't take out his own trash and I get blamed for it? I had a little chat with him. He says there's only one person that ruthless. Bruce said that. At least I still command his fear, if not respect. You don't know what fear is. And you do? Go jump off a roof. You first.
The bat envelops the screen with a loud whoosh as he lunges for Chip. We cut to Gotham University. A crowd of fencing students sit on the floor of a gym and listen intently. As the instructor prattles on, we close in on Dick Grayson. He's obviously asleep, barely concealing a snore.
So when sizing up your opponent, never forget, it's not just about speed and skill, but also intellect. Let's begin.
The instructor points to an unseen female student in the corner.
You and you.
He points to Grayson. No response.
Grayson? Grayson!
A fellow student elbows Grayson. He stumbles to life and snorts. The class snickers as the teacher interrupts.
Nap time's over. You're up.
Dick staggers up to the fencing floor as the female student awaits, geared up and ready to go. As he examines his mesh helmet, Grayson slides up next to his opponent and quietly addresses her.
Look, just between the two of us, I had a long night, so if you could just go easy on me.
The fencing partner takes off her helmet, revealing the upset redhead from the night before.
Good to know.
She winks and flashes an evil grin. Grayson sighs and puts his helmet on, expecting punishment. We cut to a mysterious interior. Hot, steamy, fan blades slowly churning. Batman rips a blindfold off Chip, still only in his swimsuit. His eyes adjust as Batman grabs him by the throat. The Dark Knight dangles him over a large open vent. Chip struggles to get a grip on Batman's arms, his legs flailing wildly.
What the? Where are we?
Chip tries to look down into the vent, but Batman pulls him in tighter with both hands.
What is that? Garbage chute.
Now talk. You think you can just push me around?
Batman loosens his grip. Chip lets out a small shriek.
Ah! You think you're so tough, what with your big suit and your fancy armor? Why I don't even have the shirt on my back? Why is that? Afraid to fight me like a man? Afraid I'll find out that deep down, underneath all that, you're just a scared little loser?
Last chance.
Or what? You're gonna kill me? You've got nothing on me and you know it. So go ahead, take the risk, drop me. But ask yourself this, is it justice or murder?
Batman hesitates.
I knew it. You can't do it. When push comes to shove, you're just a pathetic little loser.
Without hesitation, Batman lets him drop. Chip shrieks in terror. We follow him out of the vent and through the ceiling, where he plummets 40 feet into his own pool. Chip swims to the surface and looks up at the pool's giant vaulted ceiling. Up high shines a tiny ventilation hole. The silhouette of a dark cow stares down at him and vanishes. Chip glares back, seething with rage. Up above, we see Batman slowly turn, his face filled with rage. In the distance, Chip shouts,
"Security!"
Batman slowly marches out. Above his head, a shadow slowly moves behind the blades of a large ventilation fan. Inside the vent, we see the unmistakable shadow of Catwoman, watching silently as Batman leaves. The interior lighting flips to red as an alarm sounds and angry shouts grow. As the sounds of chaos intensify, we hear Catwoman's voice.
Damn.
We cut to Grayson and the redhead fencing as the class looks on. They trade hits, evenly matched. The sparring grows in intensity as they trade barbs.
Look, I get that you're angry. I'm sorry! It was just a sweater!
Not all of us are made of money!
What's that supposed to mean?
Figure it out, Rolex!
Dick eyes the fancy watch on his left wrist and nearly pays for it with a hit.
I wasn't born rich!
You sure seem to enjoy it!
You don't even know me!
I know your type!
She sticks him with the blade.
Touché!
On a rooftop overlooking the GothCorp building, we see Batman pull out a pair of electronic binoculars. Through a window, we see Chip wrapped in a bathrobe, barking out orders to security personnel. Batman smiles smugly to himself. There's a snap behind him. He turns. Suddenly, a glossy black leather boot gets him right in the face. He stumbles back in shock. It's Catwoman.
That's for picking on a man your exact same size.
She kicks Batman in the side.
That's for your sidekick.
She whips out her claws.
And this one's for me.
Batman uses his arms to fling her hands to the side and then immediately headbutts her. She flies back into an iron chimney, hitting the back of her head with a loud clang. She grabs the base of her skull in pain and flings a smoke bomb. Batman coughs. The smoke dissipates. She's gone. Back in the fencing room, the battle is reaching a fever pitch. Despite the fencing armor, the two act like they're in a fight for their lives. Lunges give way to acrobatic flips. The instructor moves to intercede, but they won't quit. It spills into the audience of students. The instructor shouts,
I said enough!
The two of them stop, in shock. The class stares at them. Embarrassment sinks in. They remove their helmets and awkwardly turn away from each other, making sure to avoid eye contact with everybody.
No points awarded. Class dismissed.
The class files out. The girl and Grayson try to blend in and join them, but the instructor points to them and beckons with his finger.
Except you two. Get over here.
We cut back to the rooftop, where Batman wanders aimlessly, searching for Selina. He sees a trail of blood on the ground. A voice echoes from the shadow.
Not now. I have a headache.
He follows the trail until it stops. A drop of blood lands at his feet. He looks up. Catwoman straddles a beam below a water tower like a cat on a limb, her whip dangling like a tail. Blood drips from a wound on her head. She dips her finger in the blood and examines it.
Some men are all talk, but you still don't disappoint.
Selina.
She leans backwards off the iron beam, dangling upside down by her legs. We see the two in profile, mirror images flipped vertically. She grins like a cat who swallowed the canary.
Not tonight.
What do you want?
What I can't have.
She pulls Batman's head in tight with her left hand and kisses him passionately. She balances herself by gripping his other hand with her right. Their fingers intertwine. Catwoman's fingers stiffen up and stretch out. The claws seem extended. She ends the kiss.
Distractions.
Her claws dig deep into the top of Batman's glove. It punctures the leather. She swipes back, leaving 4 large scratches on the top of Batman's hand. He throws her off. She lands on all 4s, smiling. Batman stumbles, dizzy. She stands.
Looks like someone has cat scratch fever.
He collapses on his back. She straddles him, holding out one of her claws for his eyes to examine.
Paralytic tranquilizer. This one's meant for horses.
Batman coughs. She slides her tongue perilously close to her claws and smiles.
You have no idea how hard it was to resist licking my paws.
He tries to mutter something, but she hushes his lips with her finger.
Shh. You're so vain, you probably think this is all about you. Well, I had plans. Expensive plans. And now they've all gone bats. I guess I'll have to make another withdrawal. Don't wait up.
She grabs the Batsuit's ears and smacks his head against the pavement. He passes out. Inside the fencing instructor's office, Grayson and the girl sit uncomfortably close to each other on a small bench. They wince as the instructor finishes his long rant.
You jeopardize the safety of your fellow students, and...
The instructor pauses, trying to remember his train of thought. The girl speaks up.
Our form was off.
You know, backflips should be allowed.
The girl silently nods her head in agreement.
Quiet!
The two button up and awkwardly look away. The instructor rubs his eyes.
Now, I don't know what the deal is. Do you two know each other?
No.
Maybe.
What?
Sort of.
Not really.
It's kind of,
We don't know what.
Well, you two had better figure it out. Because I don't care what friends you have in high places. I will go to the dean. You understand me?
They nod. The instructor leaves the room, slamming the door. The two share an awkward pause. Dick mumbles out loud.
You've got some moves.
She sighs and mumbles back.
You too?
Gymnastics?
12 years. And judo, boxing, karate, little kung fu. You?
Circus.
She nods, then stares awkwardly at him as the answer sinks in. Dick extends his hand.
I'm Dick.
She smirks, half embarrassed for him.
I'm sorry.
He rolls his eyes.
Yeah, I know. I've heard it all.
She sighs and shakes his hand.
Barbara.
You go by Babs?
No.
He gets up and turns to her.
How about coffee?
Instead of Babs?
No, I mean, do you want coffee?
This late?
I'm a night owl.
Well, I am too, but...
Then what's stopping you?
Barbara laughs to herself. She searches for an excuse.
I don't know. I hate you?
But do you hate coffee?
She looks away and shakes her head, then smiles back at him and shrugs.
I don't know why the hell I'm doing this, but... all right.
Elsewhere on a rooftop, Batman slowly wakes up to the sound of purring. A cat licks his face. On his chest is a bowl of milk surrounded by small cats. He rolls over and stands up, assuming a battle stance. The bowl shatters and the den of cats scatter with loud growling hisses. He looks down. A note on his chest reads, "Free lunch." He rips it off and crumples it up, throwing it to the ground. With a groan, he dusts cat hair off his cape and walks away. Inside a Gotham diner, Dick Grayson and Barbara laugh before returning to their coffee.
So let me get this straight. He offered you a fleet of Ferraris?
A Ferrar fleet, he called it.
One for every day of the week?
Yep.
Just so you would commute to college from home.
Grayson nods.
And you said no?
Hey, I thought you had this whole hate the rich thing going.
Doesn't mean I wouldn't like a Ferrari. Or 7.
I can't be that person. Bruce means well, but...
Dick's watch buzzes, flashing red. He examines it and sighs, weighing his options.
Speak of the devil?
Dick stares out the window and bites his lip. Barbara breaks the ice.
Look, if you need to go...
No, it's... You see, this is what I mean. He's overprotective.
We cut to Batman on the rooftop staring out at the Gotham night sky. Back at the diner, Dick continues.
He's always vigilant.
Batman kneels along the edge of the roof and dips his finger in a trickle of blood. presumably Catwoman's. He activates a set of red glowing goggles. Back to Dick.
You can't escape him.
Back to Batman. From his POV, we see a highlighted blood trail in the alleyway below. He follows it up to the horizon. A large glowing sign in the distance reads, Jeweler's Row. Back to Dick.
It's like he casts a shadow.
In an alleyway below the roof, we see a long shadow in the shape of a bat grow on the pavement. A black cat sees it and scatters. The shadow stops. We close in on a gloved hand holding up a remote.
A very long shadow. There isn't a man in this city more driven than him.
Meanwhile, out of the alleyway, the Batmobile tears through the night. Back at the diner, Dick finishes his rant.
I swear, he's inhuman. How do you live up to that? Hell, how do you live like that?
I get it.
You do?
Sure. You want to live up to his legacy, but you don't want to be trapped by it.
Yeah.
It's not that hard to understand. That's me and my grandpa to a T.
And what's his story? Let me guess. Chief of police.
Commissioner.
Oh, even better. You know, that's always my problem. Lack of
Barbara pulls out an old vintage police badge and tosses it on the table. Grayson picks it up. His eyes grow wide as he puts it together. He points to her.
Barbara.
Barbara nods and smiles.
Gordon! Yeah.
Dick suddenly looks very worried. Barbara sighs.
What did you do?
What?
It's just whenever I bring up Grandpa Jim, everybody gets that look on their face. Is it parking tickets? It's parking tickets.
No.
Larceny, murder, assault?
Define assault.
Are you going to be okay with this?
Most of the time.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, he's retiring.
Dick feigns ignorance.
Really? Why?
Barbara looks around and continues in hushed tones.
His heart is bad. Really bad. That's why I was upset with you at the phone booth. I was trying to get word from the hospital. Stupid phones at the dorms are always just...
Dick sips his coffee and sloughs it off.
It's all right.
No, I was unfair to you. But can you blame me? Have you seen the creeps on campus?
Trust me, it's no better out there on the streets.
We cut to Gotham's Jeweler's Row, a street lined with many jewelry shops, all closed for the night. The Batmobile pulls up. A couple of shady characters spot it and run. Batman steps out. He scans the area. Above a large jewelry store, he spots an open window. Inside the jewelry store, Catwoman cuts a hole through the glass with her claws. Silently, she removes it and sticks her leather gloves in, picking up a pile of assorted necklaces. She shoves them into a small leather satchel and notices a large diamond. She carefully reaches through the hole again. Suddenly, a bat cuff slips around her forearm with a loud click. She turns her head to face Batman. She smiles flirtingly.
Bruce.
Not tonight.
He headbutts her. Meanwhile, on a lonely Gotham street, a refrigerator truck screeches down the road. A logo on the side displays a smiling frozen steak, which reads, "Nice to meet you." Inside, we see the Butcher Gang, armed to the teeth. The leader addresses his two lieutenants.
Remember, in and out.
And what if there's trouble?
Then we have backup.
He signals to the back of the truck. In the shadows, we see a pair of glowing red eyes. They're transfixed on a small snow globe. The figure of a woman dances in it. A voice echoes in the dark.
Once more into the breach, my love.
The two goons look at each other, concerned. Back inside the jewelry shop, Batman drags Catwoman towards the front door. Both are cuffed together by the wrist.
Where are you taking me?
Arkham.
She pulls him in tight, fighting his grip.
I don't have time for that sort of commitment.
I do.
Then check yourself in.
I'm not the one who needs help.
Catwoman unleashes a series of kicks as she replies back.
Oh, please. The last thing I need is a white knight.
Batman grabs her tight.
Then give this up.
Or what? Behind every great man is a woman who knows his secrets. You gonna take that risk?
Batman hesitates. Catwoman sneers.
Checkmate.
An explosion rips through the jewelry store window, sending Batman and Catwoman flying into the air. As the smoke clears, the Butcher Gang swarms in. The alarm goes off. One of the butchers tosses a meat cleaver at the wall-mounted alarm box. It sparks and explodes, sending the cleaver to the ground. One of the gang comes across the jewelry display case Catwoman pilfered. He notices the cut hole in the glass and stares awkwardly at it. He shrugs to himself and sticks his hand in, reaching for his target. A massive diamond the size of a golf ball. The same one Catwoman was after. In the corner, Catwoman emerges from the rubble, brandishing a cleaver. She looms psychotically over Batman. He tries to brace himself with his free hand, but she lobs the cleaver next to his wrist. The chain snaps with a loud clink. She's free. She grabs the satchel and bids farewell.
When the cat's away.
She flips her way up to a cracked hole in the ceiling, leaving Batman to fend for himself. Batman, bloodied and covered in dust, enters the fray. The Butcher gang recoils in shock.
Batman!
What the hell?
Jeez, that was fast. Messer! Mess him up!
We see Messer step out, tall and muscle-bound. He sports a white, blood-splattered coat and a helmet fashioned from a cow skull. He carries a long knife sharpener in one hand and a medieval Messer knife sword in the other. He scrapes the two together as he approaches. Batman puts up his fists. The two spar. We cut back to Dick and Barbara.
So, fencing.
Fencing.
Back at the jewelry store, Batman fends off numerous strikes with metallic arm guards, sending sparks flying. But Messer slips up. Batman grabs the sharpening tool from Messer and pulls it away. The two face each other with a weapon in each hand. In the diner, Dick continues his conversation.
You don't like it, do you?
No.
Too many rules.
Right? There's no practical application.
Meanwhile, at the jewelry store, Batman and Messer fence with the knife sharpener and knife sword. Back in the diner, Barbara chimes in.
Plus, the instructor's a dick. No offense.
None taken.
We cut to Batman and Messer clashing with such intensity, it knocks both weapons out into the rubble. Over at the diner, Barbara sighs to herself.
I just wanted something different, but...
Give me a good old fist fight any day.
At the jewelry store, Batman and Messer revert to their fists. Back at the diner, Barbara adds,
Or at least a good roundhouse kick.
We quick cut to the jewelry store, where Batman roundhouse kicks Messer back into the wall. He crashes into the broken security system, which sends out sparks and lightning bolts. Messer convulses wildly and collapses, presumably dead. We return to Grayson at the diner.
Are you trying to turn me on?
Barbara smiles flirtatiously. Meanwhile, outside the jewelry shop, the butcher's boss waves from the truck door.
You!
The boss bats his eyes mockingly and kisses the giant diamond now in his hand. The truck revs up, ready to peel out. Batman holds the Batmobile remote to his mouth.
Cable.
The Batmobile pulls up behind the truck and fires a cable at its bumper. As the vehicle spins helplessly in place, Batman slides into the Batmobile and slams the throttle in reverse. Then he flips a switch, pulling the tow cable in. Slowly, the truck gets dragged in reverse. The back door opens, and a woman with crazy hair, goggles, and a leather apron steps out with an electric carcass saw. She slices into the cable, snapping it in two. Then she blows Batman a kiss as the truck speeds off. Batman glares at them angrily and slams the throttle to max speed. The Batmobile's jet engine explodes with fury. Up above on the roof, Catwoman watches the Batmobile speed off. She laughs to herself as a black cat hops onto a chimney next to her and purrs.
I know, Miss Kitty. You just can't find a good table in this town. Still, there's always takeout.
She giggles with girlish delight as she pulls out the satchel and opens it. It's empty. She frowns.
Bastard.
We cut to a Gotham precinct station. Outside, a couple of cops are chatting over coffee and paper cups. Suddenly, a truck swerves past them, followed immediately by the Batmobile. As the Batmobile passes, a pile of pearl necklaces hits one of the cops square in the face. The cop, covered in jewelry and coffee, stares at the other in shock. Behind them, police cars rev up and give chase. Back at the diner, a waitress offers to refill Dick and Barbara's cups. As she tops off their coffee, Dick notices his watch buzzing again and tries to hide it.
So, I was thinking...
The watch buzzes again. He takes it off and shoves it in his pocket.
You need a lift.
No.
It's okay, as long as you don't mind a rusty old bike.
She stares out the window. Grayson follows, spotting a rusty black motorcycle with purple accents.
You ride?
She shrugs as Dick continues to stare at it with a shocked grin. Suddenly, a small truck screams past. Grayson looks concerned.
Huh.
He returns to the conversation.
There's this thing coming up.
A police car zooms by.
I don't know if it'd be your thing, but...
A squad of police cars rushes past the window, sirens blazing. Barbara and Dick stare out the window for a moment. Barbara cringes and shrugs.
I'm sure it's no big deal.
Suddenly, the Batmobile blasts by. A pause. Dick signals the waitress.
Can I get the check?
He smiles sheepishly at Barbara. Meanwhile, on a busy Gotham street, a squad of police cars nips at the wheels of the butcher truck. The Batmobile, now caught off by the growing fleet of cop cars, lags behind. Inside the truck, the butcher gang argues amongst themselves as the vehicle swerves left and right. The driver says he can't shake him. The boss turns to the shadow in the back.
I thought you said that thing was gonna be some kind of super weapon.
We close in on a large, retro 1950s rifle. Inside an open compartment, we see a gloved hand affixing the large diamond to an apparatus. The shadow replies,
All good things will come
The truck jumbles.
to those who wait.
One of the butcher goons leans out a window and fires a machine gun underneath some elevated train tracks. Light fixtures fall on the road, forcing a cop to swerve. This causes a chain reaction. Police cars pile on top of each other. Batman swerves to narrowly avoid the wreckage, clipping a cop car in the process. He speeds up. Inside the truck, the driver shouts that Batman is gaining on them. The shadow closes the glass compartment on the rifle. Blue lasers fire into the diamond, and the whole rifle glows to life. The shadow stands up.
And now, cold winds wake.
The shadowy figure cocks the rifle and kicks open the door. In close-up, we see the gun fire. A stream of ice covers the road. The Batmobile swerves on the shimmering ice-covered roadway. Batman grips the wheel tight, but it's no use. The vehicle slides into a wall. Inside the truck, the men cheer. Up ahead, Robin, fully suited, rounds a corner in his transformed cycle and screeches to a halt. The truck is barreling right for him. He pulls out a crossbow.
Not today.
He aims for the truck's grill and pulls the trigger. The arrow lands in the grill and explodes. Smoke covers the windshield and the truck swerves, missing Robin. The gang punches out the windshield. Soon, an ice beam freezes the hood, putting out the fire. Robin frowns and gives chase. Meanwhile, Batman reverses as best he can and skids along the road, turning onto a side street as a shortcut. As the chase continues, we cut to a small group of neighborhood children playing in a gushing fire hydrant. They pause as the truck and Robin swerve around the corner. Robin signals and screams at the kids to get out of the way. They scramble. As the truck sloshes through the wall of water, an ice beam flies out from the open rear door and hits the gushing stream. The hydrant's watery gush freezes into a solid ice beam, along with the road. Robin slides his cycle underneath the ice beam and rights himself up, continuing the chase. The children return to the ice, stunned. One of them curiously licks the ice beam. He starts to groan and wave his hands as he realizes his tongue is stuck. Back at the chase, an ice beam hits some power lines. The weight of the frozen wires pulls the wooden poles down onto the road. Robin dodges the sparking live wires and presses on. Finally, he gets alongside the truck. He punches through the window and tries to grab the steering wheel. A rifle suddenly emerges, pointed at his face. Robin's eyes grow wide. He slams the brakes just as the rifle fires an ice beam. Inside an adjacent apartment, a sweaty drunk in boxer shorts sits in a recliner, while a small chihuahua barks over the television set. A woman shouts from upstairs,
Harold! I told you to fix the air conditioner!
An explosion of glass and ice bursts through the living room window. The whole place is now covered in snow and sleet. The frost-encrusted drunk shivers along with the freezing chihuahua. He replies,
It's fixed.
Back at the pursuit, Dick tries to gain some ground on the truck. Up ahead, the road dives into Gotham Park. There's a small stream crossed by a small stone bridge. The Batmobile pulls out onto the bridge from the opposite direction and violently swerves to a stop, blocking the truck. Inside the truck, the butchers have run out of options. As they bicker, the mystery man says,
Over the bridge! Through the water!
The men ask him if he's nuts. A freeze rifle points at the driver's head.
Do it!
The driver reluctantly steps on the gas. Just before hitting the Batmobile, he swerves and flies off the stone bridge. While in midair, an ice beam blasts through the truck's broken windshield, freezing the water below. The truck lands safely on the ice as Batman flips the Batmobile around with the vehicle's rotating hydraulic lift. Robin watches from the sideline and decides to follow the truck on a parallel track. Soon, both the Robin cycle and the Batmobile flank the truck, riding the side roads which run parallel to the stream. The truck, meanwhile, rides a constantly generated icy road formed from the brook.
How long can they keep this up?
Not sure.
I can cut across. Get behind them.
No.
I can do it!
I said.
Before Batman can finish, Robin slides down the grassy bank of the stream and lands on the icy runway. Almost instantly, he starts to slip, but rights himself. Up ahead, the stream gives way to a large lake on the other side of a stone bridge. Robin accelerates. Slowly, he gets within inches of the truck. He reaches out to grab it. Almost there. He hits a button marked autopilot and then squats in the motorcycle seat. He tries to stand, surfer style, balancing one hand on the handle while reaching out with the other.
Come on. Pull back.
I can reach it.
I said, pull back. One more.
Robin tenses up, as if ready to leap. Suddenly, the bike shuts down. Robin stumbles as a computer screen reads, "Remote deactivation." He screams in frustration as the truck makes it out onto the freshly frozen lake. Meanwhile, Robin swerves wildly, crashing and sliding across the frozen stream before spilling out onto the icy lake. For a split second, Robin and the cycle rest in silence. Then the ice cracks. Robin first runs for the cycle, but it begins sinking. He then runs back towards the stone bridge as the ice continues to crack beneath his feet. He falls into the water, the weight of his cape and armor pulling him down. He reaches for the surface. A rope drops. He grabs it. Slowly, he makes his way back up the rope onto the stony bridge. A figure dressed in black stands waiting. Robin coughs.
Thanks a load, Bat.
Robin gets a good look at the figure. Feminine. Black leather coat and pants with purple accents. A black motorcycle helmet with riveted bat ears obscures her face. Robin blinks and squints.
Girl?
She raises the visor, revealing eyes concealed by black war paint. It seems as if she's about to say something, but the Batmobile roars up behind them. The girl runs off like a cheetah. Robin shakes his head, confused. We fade into the Batmobile platform inside the Batcave. A bruised, dirty Batmobile limps its way into the station with a sputter. Chained between the fins above the jet engine is Robin's cycle, battered and still dripping water. The vehicle stops with a pathetic sigh. A jump cut reveals Bruce taking his mask off and setting it in the vault. Meanwhile, Robin crosses the bridge. His shouts echo throughout the cave.
What the hell was that?
A copycat.
No, the bike!
Oh, you mean the part where I saved your life?
No, I mean the part where you decided how I live it.
Bruce tosses a pile of schematics to Robin as Alfred enters with a tray of food.
Here, weight of the bike, handling, speed, acceleration, tires, do the math. Divide by inches of ice needed to support it over an open lake.
And you knew all that?
Bruce shoots back with an all-knowing stare.
Of course you did. It's your bike, just like it's your cave and your life.
It's your life too.
No. No, it isn't. I thought maybe, back during the Two-Face case, I could do what you do. But then, I got what I wanted, just like you did with the Joker. But it wasn't enough, was it, Bruce? No matter what you do, or what I do, or what he does, it's never enough.
So that's it. You want to give up on the people of Gotham?
I want to help people, Bruce, but not at the cost of my own sanity.
Is that what you see? An inmate running the asylum? You think there isn't a day where I wish I could give this up?
I'm not sure, and that's what scares me.
Sometimes I scare myself. But it's only in the places you fear that you'll find what you seek.
Robin nods and rolls his eyes.
Thomas Wayne. His commencement speech. Yeah, I've read it. Can you say the same for that?
Robin directs his gaze toward a small book. Bruce stares at his father's ledger, sitting next to the back computer. A bookmark stashed in the first few pages implies he hasn't made it far. Robin nods.
That's what I thought. You know, my father had a saying too. Kids are afraid of the dark, but only adults are afraid of the light.
Robin pulls out the automatic starter for the Robin cycle and tosses it to Bruce.
Here, it's yours.
Grayson turns around and ascends the stairs, disappearing into the night. Bruce stares at the starter and clenches it with his fist. Alfred watches nervously as he lays Bruce's dinner out.
This whole thing was a mistake.
Alfred picks up the now half-empty tray and chimes in with utter authority.
Family is never a mistake.
He nods to the door where Grayson left.
Words can be.
He nods to the ledger Bruce won't read.
Actions even. But never family.
The old man promptly leaves, taking Grayson's share of the meal with him. Bruce slowly walks to the book and opens to a specifically marked page. We see an image of Kali, skin blue, brandishing many arms, staring back at Bruce with red eyes. Below the image, red ink reads, "Oppenheimer was right. Now I have become death, the destroyer of worlds." We close in on Bruce's eyes, widening ever so slightly in terror. The book closes. Inside the dimly lit commissioner's office, Gordon sits at his desk, filling out paperwork. 2 officers stand by. Chief Akins bursts in and slams folders of reports on Gordon's desk. "Look at this!" Gordon hands the signed paperwork to the officers and dismisses them. Akins continues, pointing at the reports. "Look at it, Jim!"
I can see for myself. I'm not blind yet.
Yet you'll turn a blind eye? How long are we going to let this vigilante continue?
As long as I sit behind this desk.
Yeah, well, you better make sure I have a department to inherit. 'Cause the second we switch places, I'm gonna smash that signal into 1,000 pieces. You hear me? No more Batman. We go it alone. Akins storms out as Gordon leans back in his chair. His hand quivers as he reaches for a prescription bottle. He takes a tiny pill and swallows it with a glass of water. A picture of Barbara Gordon stares up at him from the desk. He looks at the picture, smiles, and sighs.
And what will you inherit after the rest of us are gone?
Meanwhile, inside Dick Grayson's old room, the boy holds up the Robin suit and stares at it. Alfred steps into the doorway.
Am I doing the right thing, Alfred?
To thine own self be true.
Dick puts the suit down next to a backpack. He zips the backpack, leaving the suit on the bed.
I wish it were that easy. How do you do it? How do you stand up to the Batman?
If I knew the answer to that, he may not exist.
I have to do it, Alfred. I have to be my own man.
It's only natural. But if you would allow some advice, a true man must be firm, but never cruel. Treat him with the respect you wish to be afforded. You never know. He may surprise you.
Dick nods and hoists the backpack over his shoulder, crossing the threshold. As he passes, Alfred casually hands him a sandwich. Dick smiles and grabs it, taking a bite.
You know, I miss this. I could eat 1,000 of these at school, but it's never as good as it is here.
Alfred smiles.
The kitchen is always open.
Outside, we see Dick Grayson roll a simple dirt bike out onto the Wayne Manor garage. Over a dozen cars and motorcycles sit idly by in the background. As he passes a set of steps, we see Bruce standing on them, arms folded.
Really?
Grayson stops and stares at him.
You know they do come with engines.
Seemed hypocritical. After all that.
You're never gonna get a date with that.
Not a problem anymore.
Bruce reacts with shock. Then it hits him.
Really? What? So that's where you were.
Grayson shrugs and smiles sheepishly.
She nice?
Oh my God, I am so not talking to you about this.
Bruce smiles and nods with his raised eyebrows.
Oh yeah, she's nice.
Can we please?
You should invite her over. Alfred and I can put out a whole spread.
Grayson sighs. Bruce, embarrassed for himself, looks away and nods.
You don't want the old man getting in the way.
There's an awkward pause.
How do you do it? How do you be two people at once?
Not well, apparently.
You tried to warn me, and I was unfair. I barged into your life and into that cave and made you...
You didn't make me do anything. I made a choice.
And I'm making a choice. There may be a future for Robin, but it's not here. I can't be the son you never had, and a crime-fighting partner at the same time.
Bruce mulls it over.
Fine. But not like this. Not sneaking off in the middle of the night. You want to make a life-altering decision? You think it over first.
Bruce pulls out an open duffel bag and tosses it at Dick's feet. Inside is the Robin suit. He extends his hand to Grayson.
Deal?
Grayson shakes Bruce's hand and grabs the duffel bag.
Deal.
Dick hops on the bike and starts pedaling as Bruce watches, arms folded. Slowly, the sound of Grayson pedaling away reverses. Now the sound grows louder. Unsurprisingly, he passes Bruce, who tosses Grayson a set of keys. Grayson rides toward the garage as Bruce shouts,
"It's the Harley.
I know!
Needs gas."
Thanks!
Inside the frozen confines of the Butcher Gang's hideout, we watch the boss empty a case of jewelry onto the table. It spills out, prompting the gang to run their hands through it in awe.
Look at this haul. I've never dreamed of a score this big. At least not with the Batman around. I should retire.
The voice of the mysterious stranger cuts in.
"Oh, we're not done yet."
The boss looks up to see a menagerie of ice sculptures, all variations on a similar theme. A young woman, a bride and groom, happier times. On an icy throne, the shadow sits, brooding. The boss chimes in.
Oh yeah? What do you got?
The shadow flings something. A newspaper lands on the table. The boss examines it, eyes wide open.
Are you out of your mind? Jewelry stores are one thing, but this?
The shadowy figure rises and moves toward the boss, threatening, imposing. The boss slowly shuffles back, intimidated.
Such limited imagination. You fawn over trinkets, but there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
Like what?
The shadow points his ice rifle at the boss's chin. Slowly, he lowers it to the criminal's heart and taps it.
That which was stolen from me.
The shadowy figure holds up his snow globe containing the dancing girl. Its twinkling music plays creepily as he withdraws the rifle. As the shadowy figure leaves, the music slowly dies away. The boss stares at the table. We close in on the newspaper. A picture shows Bruce Wayne. The headline reads, "Bruce Wayne to receive humanitarian award at charity gala." We cut to Barbara Gordon walking down a crowded hallway at Gotham University. She's flanked by her friend, books in hand, who's ranting about their class.
I just don't get what he wants. It's abnormal psychology. You'd think I'd be all over that, but you get an A and I get...
Her friend stops and stares out the hallway window, pointing.
Hey, isn't that your new stalker friend?
Barbara looks out the window and sees Dick Grayson exiting the girls' dorm. He hops on his bike and takes off. Barbara frantically brushes past her friend, forcing the other girl to drop her books. Inside the girls' dorm, we see Barbara rush down the hall and happen upon her room. The door is wide open. A couple of girls are reading books on their beds.
Did someone come looking for me?
Oh, yeah. What's his face? Trust fund.
And?
He wanted you to go to some John Wayne charity event.
And?
I told him to think about it.
The girl returns to her book as Barbara stands there, jaw on the ground. The roommate puts the book down and confesses.
Just kidding. I told him you'd go.
Ugh.
Barbara tosses a pillow at the roommate's face as the other girls laugh. We cut to the next day. Outside the Wayne Tech building, Gotham's elite wave to flashing cameras as they stroll down a red carpet. Inside the building, we see a large ballroom filled with guests. On the upper balcony, Chief Akins addresses his men.
"This is our moment to shine. Let's show Gordon how we're gonna run things when he's gone. You dig? No surprises."
The officers nod and fan out onto the floor. taking up security positions on the perimeter of the ballroom. On the floor, an MC announces Gotham's Humanitarian of the Year, Bruce Wayne. Wayne emerges from behind a curtain to thunderous applause. A gold medal around his neck shimmers in the spotlight. He steps in front of a large ice sculpture of himself, briefly staring up at it with a barely disguised look of confusion and disgust. He shakes his head and waves to the crowd. A small ensemble begins to play music as he starts to mingle with the crowd of guests. Alfred hands him a glass of champagne. Bruce grabs it and whispers to Alfred.
Alfred, do me a favor. Take a break.
Alfred smiles and holds up his own glass.
I am, sir.
Bruce nods and takes a sip of his own glass. He spots Chip brooding alone. Chip greets him as Bruce approaches.
Looks like you got friends in high places.
Bruce scans the crowd.
It's a good turnout. I'm not talking about the guest list. Why, Chip, what are you talking about? Don't be so coy. I know what you've told.
Chip points to the sky and whispers.
Him. You want to sling mud, you do it to my face. Hell, I'll even give you a handicap. As tempting as that sounds, my dad told me never wrestle with a pig. You get dirty and the pig enjoys it. Smart man. Too bad he isn't here to see this.
Bruce pats Chip on the shoulder.
Guess same goes for both of us.
Chip angrily gulps down his champagne as Bruce wanders off. We follow Bruce through the crowd when a familiar voice rings out. It's Knox.
Wayne!
Hey, enjoying the hors d'oeuvres?
Yeah, the shrimp is good. I was hoping for something bigger.
Sorry, we don't have bad on the menu.
Yeah, forget that guy. You know what he did? Broke my camera. I'd sue, but yeah.
Knox rolls his eyes.
Anyway, I was wondering if I could get a follow-up.
He pulls out a tape recorder.
The story runs tomorrow, and I'd love a quote from the shindig.
Suddenly, Lucius Fox interrupts.
Ah, the man of the hour.
Knox takes his cue to leave.
Maybe later.
As Knox leaves, Bruce sighs and turns to Lucius.
Thanks. Not just for that, but for all of this.
Everyone loves a party.
Lucius raises his glass towards Dick and Barbara, who are chatting it up.
You even got the kids talking. Who is that girl anyway?
Barbara Gordon.
No. The little freckled rugrat?
Afraid so.
God, time moves fast.
How do you think Jim feels?
Speak of the devil.
Lucius saunters off into the crowd as Commissioner Gordon slides next to Bruce.
Commissioner?
Looks like we have a lot to discuss.
What do you mean?
Well, them.
What about them?
Well,
Bruce!
Dick Grayson joins them, pulling Barbara up by the hand. She smiles nervously.
We've, got something to tell you.
Bruce points to the commissioner.
You too, huh?
Oh, Grandpa. You didn't. You wouldn't.
Commissioner Gordon points to Grayson.
Well, I thought he would have told him.
Told me what?
Barbara and I, we're, seeing each other.
Dick shrugs and smiles. Suddenly, Bruce puts it together.
You? And you?
He turns to Barbara.
You're the one?
The two smile sheepishly. Gordon cuts in.
Surprise.
Bruce goes into full awkward mode, shaking their hands.
That's great. Really it is. Very happy for both of you. Can I borrow you for a second?
Sure.
Bruce grabs Grayson by the arm and pulls him over to a quiet corner. He smiles back at Jim and Barbara and then turns to Grayson, dropping the act.
Yeah. Are you out of your mind?
What?
The commissioner's granddaughter?
So?
So? You don't see how this could be a problem for us?
Hey, that's assuming there is an us.
I thought you said you'd think about it.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna lie. You're making it pretty easy right now.
I just can't believe of all the irresponsible.
Irresponsible? You literally dated Catwoman.
Keep it down.
And who was that girl before that? A news reporter?
Photojournalist. There's a difference.
Uh-huh.
Bruce goes through a dozen emotions before finally, pathetically, settling on...
I forbid it.
Grayson rolls his eyes.
Okay, Dad. You could just be happy.
Bruce holds out his arm to shush Grayson up. He stares up at the bay windows overlooking the venue space. A shadow moves around suspiciously.
What the hell?
Inside an overlook office, two security guards lie knocked out on the floor, snoring. We follow 6-inch high heels walking past their sleeping bodies. They stop. A hand descends into frame and removes a ring from the guard's finger. Slowly, we pan up to a glittering black cocktail dress to reveal Selena Kyle. She slips the ring on, a perfect fit. With a shrug, she turns around. Bruce and Grayson stand at the door, arms folded. She jumps.
Checking out?
Selena recollects herself.
I'm not much for parties.
Even those you're not invited to?
Must have been an oversight on Bruce's part. I'll just show myself out.
Bruce places his arms across the door, blocking Selena.
Check the box.
Grayson examines a drop box which reads, Wayne Charity Foundation. He picks it up and shakes it.
Empty.
Bruce grabs Selena's arm. He feels something. He lifts the dress sleeve up, revealing $100 bills taped to her arm. Unexpectedly, Selena's leg flies up to kick Bruce in the face. He stops it with martial arts precision, sliding his hand up her thigh and revealing more packets of cash taped to her skin.
Wow, you're something.
Her leg drops. She steps back, almost embarrassed.
That money was given by the good people of Gotham for charity.
Wrong. That pocket change was coughed up by the leeches of Gotham. Also, they can sleep at night after they've sucked the city dry.
And what are you doing?
Putting it to better use.
And the charity?
She smugly walks away from them and heads for the door.
Cut them a check. You can afford it.
Bruce and Dick both step in and go for an arm. She dodges one, but is grabbed by another. She frees one, only to be grabbed a second time. All three wind up in a brief martial arts stalemate, fending off one blow after another. Finally, both grab her simultaneously. She backflips, breaking free and facing the window overlooking the event. They hold for a second, fists drawn in a karate stance. She pauses. Her eyes grow wide as she stares out the window.
Oh my God.
Bruce and Dick turn towards the window. Nothing there. They turn to see Selena running halfway out the door. They sigh at their stupidity. We cut to a stairwell where Bruce and Grayson give chase.
I can't believe it. That's literally the oldest trick in the book.
We're losing her.
I got it.
Grayson hops on the railings and slides down while Bruce trails behind. Near the bottom, Dick spots Barbara. In one swift move, he slides around the banister and positions himself as if he were leaning on it. He smoothly greets Barbara, hiding his exhaustion.
Hey!
We cut to Selena watching from a dark corner under the stairs. She smiles as Dick is forced into conversation. Stealthily, she creeps out of the shadows and heads for the main floor. As she crosses the threshold, Bruce slips in next to her and pins her arms behind her back. He drags her off to the side, away from the crowd, and flips her around, grasping her wrist.
All right, I've had enough. Stealing from charity? This isn't you.
And this is you, getting drunk with all these overstuffed pigs?
The decadent party continues, glasses clinking and elites laughing, blissfully unaware of their fight.
We all have our masks to wear. It's called playing along.
And what about him?
Bruce follows Selena's gaze. It closes in on Chip Shrek.
Chip?
After all we've been through.
Listen, you know better than anyone. Keep your enemies close.
I prefer to keep them 6 feet under.
So that's why you're back? Unfinished business?
He knew I got tossed out of that window and said nothing. He butchered your men on that bridge. He's a psychopath like his father, and you know it.
But I can't prove it.
We don't need proof.
Bruce looks at her in horror. She looks away and then regains her resolve.
Look, you had your chance and you didn't take it. I will.
Selena, you can't just kill a man in cold blood.
Why not? It's what he would do.
Exactly.
A voice cuts through the crowd. Commissioner Gordon approaches.
And who's this lovely lady?
There's an awkward pause as Selena thinks about it. Spontaneously, she smiles and extends her hand.
Vicky Vale.
Oh yes, you're the,
Reporter.
Bruce cuts in.
Photojournalist. Why is it so difficult?
Same difference.
Gordon points to her, squinting his eyes.
You look familiar.
Dick Grayson suddenly chimes in, entering the fray with Barbara in tow.
Yeah, aren't you wanted somewhere?
Gordon points to Grayson and Selena.
Oh, you two know each other?
We've had a couple of run-ins.
More like bumped into each other. How's the head?
How's yours?
That's a loaded question.
I'll bet.
Barbara looks at Grayson, confused.
You have a headache?
Knox mercifully interrupts, draping his arm over Bruce and pointing to Selena Kyle.
Bruce, great party. Hey, do I know you?
A loud explosion rips through the roof. Panicked guests cover themselves as glass rains down upon them. The Butcher Gang descends from wires and breaks through the side windows. Chief Akins barks through his walkie-talkie.
Send backup, now!
A cleaver hits the walkie-talkie. One of the butchers points a rifle at the chief, shaking his head in no. The police are incapacitated quickly. Gunfire slows to a trickle as many of Gotham's finest are either disarmed or knocked unconscious. Finally, a figure descends slowly from a rope. It crashes onto the ice sculpture of Bruce Wayne, smashing it to bits. We close in on a pair of steel boots standing upon the icy pedestal. Panning up, we now see the full, terrifying visage of Mr. Freeze, blue skin shimmering and red eyes glowing from behind the glass dome of his metal suit. He smiles, flashing his turquoise teeth like a wolf. We return to his steel boots. They step down and walk across the floor, slowly, methodically, shattering the silence. Finally, he speaks.
Such revelries for such an insubstantial pageant.
Gordon is the first to reply.
Who are you? What do you want? Who I am is immaterial, but what I want is very. Tell me, where is Mr. Wayne? I very much wish to speak with him. Him and all his kin.
Alfred and Bruce slowly emerge from the crowd. Grayson slowly slips behind into the crowd, trying to find an exit so he can return as Robin. Chip shoulder checks him back into the crowd. He stumbles into the center of the room. Grayson glares at Chip, now fully exposed. Mr. Freeze approaches and extends his hand for a shake.
At long last.
Forgive me if I give you the cold shoulder.
Freeze laughs to himself.
A man of infinite jest, so like your father. Funny how history repeats itself. Seems this is the second time Gotham's finest has failed your family.
Gordon angrily chimes in.
Keep talking. It won't be long before you're let out of here in handcuffs.
Chief Akins cautiously places his hand on Gordon's shoulder, pulling him back.
Jim?
Freeze confronts Gordon, sarcastically imitating Akins.
Jim.
He follows up by gazing at the unconscious cops littering the floor.
Read the room. The show is over. Batman and Robin are still out there.
Bruce and Grayson eye each other nervously, knowing the truth. Freeze continues.
Waiting in the wings, are they?
Grabs Commissioner Gordon by his tie, pulling him close.
I've seen their quality.
Barbara angrily steps in.
Hey, leave him alone!
Freeze gently lets go of Gordon and walks menacingly towards Barbara. With brute strength, he grabs her by the neck and hoists her. She struggles to breathe. Gordon gasps in terror.
Barbara,
He grabs his chest and collapses, sweating and heaving with labored breath. Barbara struggles in the air, choking on her words.
Please, my grandfather, he's sick.
Freeze notes the tears in her eyes. Slowly, he carries the struggling girl over to the commissioner. Gently, he lets her down. Her feet touch the ground. Then he forces her down next to her grandfather. Patronizingly, he pats her head like a dog.
Stay.
He turns to address the horrified audience as Barbara holds her grandfather's hand.
Misery has made me a fiend, robbed me of both benevolence and good. But deep down, I am not a monster.
Bruce cuts in.
Could have fooled me.
Freeze moves in close, staring Wayne down.
You fear that which doesn't exist. You know what I fear? Men.
He rips the gold medal from Bruce's neck and shouts, addressing the entire crowd.
Men like Thomas Wayne!
Freeze holds the medal high for all to see.
A fellow humanitarian who made a promise to save my ailing wife and stole that hope from me.
Bruce's eyes widen in horror. He suddenly puts it together, as if remembering an old story.
Victor Freeze. But you're...
Dead? No. Entombed for 40 years, thanks to the vicious acts of your father.
My father funded your research, and you repaid him by breaking into his lab on the same night our company was being robbed at gunpoint.
Is that what he told you? It wasn't some clandestine corporate espionage that stopped me. It was your father. He called upon his armed security. He burst into my lab and thwarted all my attempts to save my wife!
No, you're a liar.
Ignorance is the womb of all monsters, Mr. Wayne. But now, you can make amends.
Freeze pulls out the small snow globe with the statuette of Nora dancing. He extends it out towards Bruce, his voice softer, more pleading.
All I ask is her, my sweet Nora, who lies frozen somewhere here on these grounds.
There was nothing left in that lab.
And she was moved.
Bruce swallows, preparing for what's to come.
Everything from that era was purged.
Now who lies?
From the crowd, Chip adds his 2 cents.
It's true. They cleaned house. You just missed her.
Bruce shoots a glare at Chip. Chip shrugs at Bruce.
What? It's public record now. She got taken out with the trash.
Freeze pauses, his face stricken with horror. He stares at the image of Nora, and then back at Bruce.
Murderer.
We didn't know.
Silence! You have taken that which is most important to me. And so, I shall take that which is most important to you.
Slowly, he takes the freeze ray and aims it squarely at Alfred. Grayson, suspecting what's coming, shouts and jumps in front of the old man.
No!
The ice beam hits Grayson first, then spreads to Alfred. Both are now entombed, faces frozen in horror. The crowd erupts in gasps. Barbara screams in terror as Bruce stumbles back in shock, barely able to stand. Freeze approaches Bruce now, mockingly.
Where are your jibes now? Not one to mock your own grinning.
Freeze raises the ice gun and points it at Bruce's face.
I'd like to see your face frozen, just as it is.
A mere split second from the trigger pull, a loud crack shatters the room. Freeze flips around, ensnared by a black whip. Catwoman grabs him, plunging Batman's old stolen taser in his side.
It'll have to wait.
The Butcher Gang aim their guns at Catwoman and Mr. Freeze. She zaps the taser into a small panel on Freeze's suit. He convulses involuntarily as the suit chatters with electricity.
Back off, or Frosty gets it.
What quarrel do you have with me?
You're bad for business. There's only room for one cat burglar in this town.
Freeze laughs. His eyes move towards Commissioner Gordon.
A bat, a cat, and a robin. Quite the zoo you're running here, Commissioner.
Catwoman jabs him again.
Enough talk. The diamond.
Of course.
Freeze lowers the rifle. The diamond's compartment opens.
If you'll allow me.
He slides the rifle into his arm and begins removing a glove. His exposed hand, now steaming, reaches toward the diamond. Bruce looks at the hand. His eyes widen as he realizes the implication.
No, wait!
Freeze swings around and grabs Catwoman's neck with his bare hand. The leather begins to chip and shatter as ice pulls around her neck. She struggles. Her throat is cut off, encased in ice. The sound of police sirens wailing begins to echo throughout the room. He tosses Catwoman aside, just as the main doors open, revealing an army of cops. Freeze aims his rifle towards the door and turns to Bruce.
Now you finally see the truth. The road through hell is cold.
He fires the rifle in a straight line along the floor. Guests and cops scatter out of the way. A river of ice now leads out. Freeze marches down it with his steel-cleated boots. The Butcher Gang follows as the guests and officers struggle to their feet, slipping on the ice. In the chaos, Bruce slides next to Catwoman. Her eyes are red as she writhes aimlessly, grabbing at the icy noose around her neck. Bruce grabs a cleaver and hovers over her, steadying himself.
What goes around comes around.
He strikes at the icy collar, chipping it. The ice breaks. Catwoman gasps and looks at Grayson and Alfred, encased in ice. She shouts,
Go!
Bruce jumps to his feet. Chip moves in next to him, smiling smugly as the crowd scurries about.
Humanitarian of the Year.
Bruce shoves him aside and sprints to the frozen bodies, kneeling next to them. Panic-stricken, he violently chips at the ice with a cleaver. Lucius slides next to him as pandemonium reigns around them.
You remember that experimental thermal technology I wanted you to work on?
Yes, but it hasn't been tested yet. Bruce grabs Lucius by his tie.
And let's test it.
We cut to Bruce, Lucius, and a small team of doctors rushing 2 gurneys down one of Wayne Tech's hallways. Robin and Alfred are strapped to the moving tables, still frozen in place. We follow them through a series of swinging doors. The final one reads, Research and Development, Authorized Personnel Only. As the medical team pushes through the final set of doors, we jump cut to Mr. Freeze pushing through his own set of doors at the Butcher Gang's hideout. The room is crawling with ice sculptures, flanked uneasily by members of the gang. The criminals stand still as the ice, silently eyeing Freeze as he moves towards the boss's empty chair. One of the gang's members steps out of the kitchen with a tray full of beer glasses. Blissfully unaware, he leans in towards the approaching Mr. Freeze and cheerfully asks, how'd it go? Freeze shoves him away. In a fit of rage, he grabs a flamethrower lying on a table and aims it at the ice sculptures. He screams in blood-curdling agony as he roasts the sculptures with flame. The gang takes cover as the frozen images slowly melt into twisted forms. Freeze drops the flamethrower, exhausted. He pulls out the snow globe and stares emptily at it. He lowers his head, broken. In the silence, the boss steps up, angry.
What the hell was that?
Leave me.
No! You promised us a big score!
Freeze grabs the boss by the throat and lifts him up. Some of the gang draw their weapons nervously. Others don't. They all step back out of fear. He tosses the boss across the floor, where he slides violently into his own men.
Now go! All of you!
The men scurry and head for various exits. From the main entrance, a single applauding clap echoes through the room.
Bravo. Bravo! Good help is so hard to find these days. But at least you know how to handle incompetent employees.
Freeze turns to see a shadow enter the light. It's Chip Shrek, looking sharp as ever.
Who are you?
Just a humble servant.
I recognize you. You're that worm from the charity event.
Now, is that any way to treat the person who brought you back from the dead?
Freeze eyes Chip and grins.
So, those were your men that thawed me.
They were.
Why?
So I could make you an offer.
And what could you possibly offer me?
Hope.
Freeze turns away.
Unlikely.
Why don't you come with me? I got something to show you.
And if I refuse?
Chip raises his finger and snaps so loudly that it echoes throughout the room. A couple seconds later, machine gun fire reverberates throughout the building, followed by the screams of the Butcher Gang. The screams and gunfire fade out as we hear Chip's smug reply.
You won't.
The screams again grow louder as we cut to black and total silence. In an underground laboratory at the Wayne Tech building, we see 2 glass boxes connected to the machinery. The advanced tech hums and beeps like hospital equipment. We hover over the glass, revealing both Dick Grayson and Alfred Pennyworth, still fully clothed, submerged in a glowing orange liquid. They look asleep, almost as if in death. Bruce stands at the end, between them, watching in silence. Lucius walks over to him and puts his hand on Wayne's shoulder to comfort him. Solemnly, he says, "They're going to be all right." Bruce sighs heavily and hangs his head low, relieved. He maintains his vigil as we pan out. We fade into a black and white newspaper photo of a young Bruce Wayne standing in front of his parents' coffins. A younger Alfred stands beside him, his hand resting on the young boy's shoulder. Moving out, we see Knox staring at the picture on his archive screen. He sighs and looks over at his computer. A headline reads, "Scandal." However, the page is blank. He exits out the door. Inside the Gazette's head office, we see the editor-in-chief, Bill Kane, played by Alan Arkin, He sits at the desk, chomping on a cigar, when Knox bursts in.
I'm not doing it.
You're kidding.
You can't tell me you believe this tin can story.
Knox, you spent the past decade turning this paper into a tabloid, and now you get cold feet?
I resent that. It's more like National Geographic, cryptozoology.
Then go to the Amazon. I'm here to sell papers.
And what if I could get you something better?
Like what?
The truth.
The editor coughs on his cigar and laughs.
Good luck with that.
We move on to Gotham Memorial Hospital. Police Captain Robert and now acting Commissioner Akins stand inside a hospital room, huddled by the doorway. Behind them, Barbara Gordon sits next to Jim Gordon, bedridden and hooked up to IVs. A heart monitor continuously beeps. You'd think it's true? Who cares? Thomas Wayne is dead. Our only concern is this nut job. If Akins looks back towards Jim and Barbara and lowers his voice to a whisper. If what the doctors say are true, he's not coming back to work. I'm acting commissioner now, and this is going to be a real trial by fire for all of us. Don't you mean ice? Akins glares at Robert. We move back to Jim and Barbara. A little black and white TV hanging in the corner spills out the day's news. An anchorwoman says that, though unconscious, Dick Grayson and Alfred Pennyworth's conditions have been downgraded from critical to stable. They were returned to Wayne Manor for further observation by family doctors. Barbara watches, concerned. Jim notices.
Barbara, for God's sakes, just go see him.
I'm not going to leave you.
I'll be fine. The last thing I need is you throwing your life away for a tired old man. Besides, I get to relax. It's not my problem anymore.
Don't say that.
No, it's time. Came a few weeks early, but...
I wish there's something I could have done.
You will. By using this.
Jim points to his head.
Not this.
His finger makes a gun symbol.
Stick to school. And every criminal who walks through our courtrooms will know the name Barbara Gordon. Now get. It's a police order.
Barbara sighs and shakes her head.
No.
She kisses him on the forehead.
Not anymore.
She heads out, stopping to glare angrily at Akins.
Well, you got your wish, Commissioner. Batman and Robin never showed.
Meanwhile, at Wayne Manor, Bruce sits by Alfred's side in the butler's bedroom. The old man sleeps, unconscious. Bruce thumbs through his father's ledger. A note reads, "Fishing trip with Bruce." We cut to an image of Bruce as a child, fishing with his father. He snaps out of it. He turns the page. It reads, "Meet Victor, Alfred to watch Bruce." Bruce closes his eyes again and sees the shadow of a man talking with his father by the lake. Though barely imperceptible in the glittering sunlight, we can tell it's Victor. The two walk off as Alfred ushers Bruce toward a rowboat. Again, Bruce snaps out of it. He turns the page, only to find a number of pages ripped out. The next entry simply says, "It is done. Bruce must never know." Bruce stares at the date and returns to his memories. He sees a mansion window, and himself, staring out into a clear snowy field that blends into a steel gray sky. Out of the drifting snow, a car emerges. Thomas Wayne exits it. He looks up at Bruce, his face grim and regretful. He can't maintain his eye contact with the boy for long. As he disappears, Bruce still stares down, like a vengeful ghost, judging him. A loud bell shatters the distant howling wind. Bruce snaps out of it. A bell rings again. The doorbell. He gets up and steps out into the hall, where he passes Dick Grayson's room. He peers in briefly. Grayson is unconscious and hooked to heart monitors as well. Bruce sighs and moves on. In the foyer, Bruce opens the door to find Barbara Gordon holding a picnic basket. She stands by, nervously, before breaking the silence.
I just wanted to, see how he was doing, or how all of you were doing.
Yeah, come in.
Bruce lets her in. She hands him the basket. Inside are sandwiches. He looks confused.
He lives on those at school.
Bruce chuckles to himself.
No kidding.
Barbara also drags in a giant vase of flowers with a note attached and hands it to Bruce.
And I think this is for you. It was on the doorstep.
Bruce grabs the gaudy bouquet and inspects the note. In cursive, it reads, "I don't believe it for a second. Vicky." Bruce smiles nostalgically. Barbara notices.
Old friend?
You could say that.
He sets the flowers down on a side table.
Look, I just wanted to apologize for earlier.
Don't. You were surprised. I get it.
Yeah, well.
Bruce inspects one of the sandwiches and sniffs it.
Ham?
Canadian bacon. I think it's part of his sick pineapple pizza thing. Better girls would dump a guy for that, but I'm the creepy forensic psychology major, so I guess I gotta settle.
She shrugs.
You really do care about him, don't you?
My grandpa always said, good guys are a rare commodity in the city.
Yeah, he would know.
She nods sadly.
Is he,
He'll live, but it's gonna be a long road to recovery.
Hey, Jim Gordon's one of the toughest guys I know.
I hope that applies all around.
Her eyes dart to a picture of Grayson hanging on a wall filled with old Wayne family photos.
Don't worry about him. That kid's a Wayne now. We're great survivors.
A voice cuts down from the top of the stairs.
Speak for yourself.
They look up to see Dick Grayson, in a robe, EKG monitor still attached to his chest, slowly trudging down the stairs.
I feel like shit.
Barbara rushes up and hugs him tight. Grayson exhales with a heaving sigh, still sore.
Whoa. Easy there.
She helps him down the last couple steps. Bruce looks at him in shock and relief.
Well, look at you. You didn't even miss a beat.
Grayson shrugs.
I smelled bacon.
Bruce looks down at the picnic basket, unnerved. An old man's voice calls out from the stairwell.
If I had known we were having guests, I would have tidied up the place.
Alfred, in a bathrobe, slowly descends the staircase, nearly tripping.
Alfred!
Grayson smiles and leaves Barbara. Before Bruce can intervene, Dick ascends the stairs and steadies Alfred before he can fall again.
You shouldn't be up in your condition.
Yeah, you're one to talk. Come on.
Grayson helps Alfred back up the stairs. He looks down at Barbara and shrugs, stuck for the moment. As they disappear, Bruce turns to Barbara.
Sorry.
It's all right. He's lucky, and so am I. I should check on my own family.
She bids farewell, but as she opens the door, Bruce stops her.
Hey, don't be a stranger.
She smiles and nods. We cut to the Wayne Tech building. Inside, Knox is chasing down a tired Lucius Fox, tie undone, suit coat off, and coffee in hand. Clearly, it's beyond late, and Lucius is having none of Knox's crap.
Oh, come on, you know me!
More than enough reason to say no.
I'm not asking for anything proprietary.
Well, that's good, since there's none of it left down there.
Okay, security footage, film stock, old infomercials, there's gotta be something.
Why would a muckraker like you care? Knox pauses in front of a railing overlooking the ballroom space, now covered in rubble and police tape.
Because none of this adds up. Yeah, the Waynes are rich, yeah, they're weird, but Jack Frost the robo-jockey? He's dirty.
Lucius stares at the rubble below them and sighs to himself. Knox continues.
Look, I could have had a scandal piece out already. Hell, they're printing one without me. You know what that normally is to a guy like me? Gold. Now please tell me I didn't put my faith in you guys for nothing.
Lucius gestures to Knox. Follow me. Meanwhile, back inside Alfred's bedroom, Bruce hands the old man a cup of warm tea.
Earl Grey. Squeeze a lemon, 2 sugars, no cream. Just how you like it.
Alfred grabs it and leans back against the bed frame, sipping it slowly.
And here I thought you never noticed. Always the detective.
Alfred sets the tea on a breakfast tray filled with hot chicken soup and tries to sit back up in bed.
Yeah, well, I don't feel like one right now.
You're only human, despite what the criminals may think.
A long, uncomfortable pause unfolds. Bruce finally breaks the silence.
Did you know?
Alfred slides further into the pillows and blankets, as if retreating.
No.
His eyes gaze across the room, landing on a picture of young Bruce, Thomas Wayne, and Alfred in front of a lake. Young Bruce is holding up a fish. Alfred sighs.
I knew your father was mixing business with recreation up at the lake house. He and Victor were working on something. Something that went wrong. Something your father would never talk about. It changed him.
What? What changed him?
I don't know. But whatever it was, you were the cure. He devoted more time to you and your mother than ever. If only we knew what precious little time was left.
You kept this for 40 years?
Why tarnish the last months of a man's life?
He cut the funding for Nora's disease. He stabbed Victor in the back.
He was complicated. Conflicted. I thought you, of all people, would appreciate that.
We briefly cut to the Batcave. Dick Grayson, in his bathrobe, approaches the Robin suit. Next to it is his old circus uniform. He pulls out a wallet-sized photo of Barbara Gordon and holds it up. It glimmers in between the two suits. He sighs. Back upstairs, Alfred sips his soup in bed as Bruce is lost in thought. Finally, Bruce speaks.
Chip is involved somehow. I know it.
How do you know?
Bruce tosses Thomas Wayne's ledger to Alfred. He thumbs through it. Pages are torn out.
Missing pages?
Bruce raises an all-knowing eyebrow.
Mr. Shrek's handiwork, no doubt.
He's covering his tracks.
What about the tracking device you placed in his briefcase?
Hasn't budged.
Bruce sighs, angry.
He knows something. The convoy, Freeze, it's all interconnected. I just need to figure out how, before it's too late.
We cut to an undisclosed storage facility where Chip, flanked by armed men, speaks to Mr. Freeze. His voice echoes throughout the hall.
Thomas Wayne wanted to sweep things under the rug. Bruce Wayne wanted to take out the trash. But one man's trash is another man's treasure.
They stop at a secure door.
Or so they say.
Freeze stares at him, impatient.
Get to the point.
Chip presses a button, and the door automatically opens with a hiss. Inside is Nora Freeze, sealed in a cryotube floating in endless sleep. Mr. Freeze's eyes open wide. His mouth drops.
Nora.
In Freeze's hand, the snow globe of Nora dancing drops to the floor, shattering in slow motion. Just as slowly, Freeze approaches the tube, his eyes transfixed on her. He touches the glass. His head tries to reach her sleeping embrace, but the glass of his own suit collides with the tube, reverberating throughout the room. He stares up again, mind lost in poetry.
Death lies on her like an untimely frost, upon the sweetest flower of all the field, but no more.
Chip breaks the mood.
Yeah, very romantic. Look, I don't know the classics, but I know my Latin. And this gift's brought to you by Quid, Pro, and Quo.
Freeze turns from Chip and walks away.
Whatever you want, granted.
Shrewd negotiator. I'll take it.
Meanwhile, back at Wayne Manor, Alfred has finished his late-night dinner. He and Bruce continue their conversation.
If Shrek is involved, as you say, surely those pages are destroyed.
Bruce rubs his eyes.
There must be another way to find out what happened that night.
We fade into the Wayne Tech building at night. Lucius's voice carries over. I don't even think Mr. Wayne knows about this part of the building. Inside the building, Lucius and Knox descend a series of stairs. Knox continues the conversation.
How was that possible?
It's a large company. Too large for one alone. And Mr. Wayne has so many distracting personal interests, so it's up to me to make the wheels turn. Which leaves us here. We're now inside an old brick hallway. It looks tired and worn, the remains of a building long since lost to the towering skyscraper. Mold and steam fill the space. We've managed to hold on to a few things from the infancy of the company, but the filing system itself was lost in the Great Gotham Flood.
Well, luckily we've got that dam now.
We move on to Gotham City Dam, focusing on one of the towers over the reservoir. Inside the tower, we see Chip and his men leading Freeze around. Machinery covers the walls, humming with electricity. Lab equipment is neatly laid out on workstations. A handful of men are hauling Nora's tube and setting it in place.
I assume this will meet your power needs?
Most assuredly.
Everything you'll need is here. I don't think I need to tell you that time is of the essence.
A man who wastes an hour of time has not discovered the value of life.
Chip smiles.
You always know exactly what to say. I like that. You have the will, and now you have the way.
We cut to darkness. Light flashes on the heels of a loud click. A series of old ceiling lamps flip on, illuminating one of dozens of rows of old archives. Boxes, folders, binders, film canisters, and wheels of magnetic tape drives. All vintage. Knox's jaw drops as Lucius gestures to the endless corridor before them. Go to town.
This is from 1 decade?
Yup. Lucius points to a security camera. And if you step outside this aisle, we'll see it. Rest assured you'll be escorted off these premises with extreme prejudice. Knox gulps. Any questions?
Got any coffee?
We move back to Alfred's bedroom and zoom in on a cup of coffee moving from Bruce's hand to Alfred's.
Here, decaf.
Absurd.
You're getting sleep.
Unlikely with all this going on.
Alfred tries to stir out of bed. Bruce places his hand on the old man's shoulder.
Alfred, you're the closest family I have, so don't take this the wrong way, but shut up and do what's good for you, okay?
Bruce gently pushes him back into the bed. Alfred frowns.
I'm gonna need all the help I can get. The deck is stacked, and we've got 2 sharks to deal with.
3, if you count the wild card.
Who?
Miss Kyle.
We cut to a late-night exterior of a pawn shop. Large, loaded with goodies, and seedy as hell. A neon sign reads, Lou's Take It or Leave It Pawn Shop, open 24 hours. Inside, we close in on a fake ID card. It displays Selena Kyle's face, but the name says Maria Ramirez. We flip around to a large, sweaty man chomping on a cigar and rubbing his 5 o'clock shadow. He stares at the card, then looks up at the woman at the counter. It's Selena Kyle, loading the counter with ropes, cables, ammunition, night vision goggles, surveillance equipment, smoke bombs, and a billy club. She then pulls out bricks of cash and starts mentally counting. Suddenly, she spots some Chinese stars and throws them on the counter as well.
How much for these?
The man stares at the Chinese stars and snorts.
Now, what's a pretty little thing like you gonna do with that?
Selena smirks and grabs the star. She throws it at a mannequin near the window, hitting it square between the eyes.
Spelunking.
We cut to bats flying across the Batcave. Bruce Wayne sits at the Bat computer as Dick Grayson approaches from a bridge. He crosses the chasm, nursing a cup of hot coffee.
You know, the sun's nearly up. Isn't it time for you to, I don't know, head back to your coffin?
We move in close. On the computer are images of Mr. Freeze, his piercing eyes cutting through the screens. Grayson approaches slowly, realizing Bruce ignored him.
Bruce?
Chip Shrek has Nora. I didn't want to believe it, but it's the only logical explanation. That's why he attacked the convoy. It's why he thought Victor. And it's why the police found Freeze's men gunned down overnight. He's using her as leverage.
Against you.
Bruce nods.
Against me.
Bruce stands up and turns away from Grayson, removing his glasses and rubbing his eyes.
I think it goes without saying, but you were right.
I know.
And you know why I can't ask you to join me this time. You shouldn't have to risk your life to fix my father's mistakes.
Dick shakes his head and laughs at the insanity of Bruce's words.
And that was my father's mistake.
Bruce blinks, unsure how to respond. Grayson sighs and continues.
You know the jump? The one without the net? You saw it the night my parents died. At the circus.
I remember.
You want to know something about that trick? I never did it. See, my father insisted I have a safety net. Didn't matter how much I practiced, didn't matter how much I wanted to prove myself, he wouldn't give in. Until late one night, he said, "You're ready. And so, he dropped the net. And I got out there, and I made it. But when I looked down at my parents smiling back at me, you know what I saw?
The net.
They pulled it up while I was swinging. That was the week before Two-Face attacked. They died before I ever got a chance to,
Grayson sighs and grits his teeth. Bruce tries to interject, frustrating Grayson to no end.
If this is about the bike,
Bruce.
the ice
Bruce!
The ice would have broken.
I was going to jump, okay? That was the plan. Because I know my acrobatic skills, and you don't. But you made that decision for me. Why?
Because I can't watch it happen all over again.
Bruce bangs his fist against the metal table. It reverberates with the sound of an echoing gunshot. He turns towards the bat suit, his eyes piercing through the shadows, transfixed on the bat symbol.
I've lost a lot, kid. I have so little left.
Look who you're talking to. I get it. You care about us. But that goes both ways. If you let somebody in, don't expect them not to have your back.
We cut to the Gothcorp building at sunset. Inside Chip's office, we see Chip and Inca standing intimately close as the portrait of Max Schreck looms over them. Chip's voice is hushed, secretive.
Remember, I want total radio silence from here on out. Got it?
Of course.
I'll be back when it's done.
Sir.
What?
Inca stares out the door, examining the busy office filled with employees rushing to and fro.
It's nearly the end of the workday. Should I wind the clocks back 10 minutes?
Chip thinks about it and smiles.
Make it 5. I'm in a good mood.
Inca smiles and hands him his briefcase. Outside the Gothcorp building, we see Chip Schreck leaving through revolving doors as Selena Kyle watches intently. With briefcase in hand, he slides into the back seat of a luxury car. As it squeals away, she slips in through the front of the building with a duffel bag in hand. We cut to the Batcave, where Bruce listens through a set of headphones. On the Bat computer, a red dot blips on and off over a map of Gotham. The dot starts moving as Chip's voice cuts through the headphones.
Take the expressway.
Bruce leans back in his chair and turns his head back toward Alfred.
He's on the move.
We cut to the Batmobile peeling out of its platform, jet blazing. Meanwhile, inside the Gothcorp building, Selena Kyle ducks into the ladies' room. As an employee puts on lipstick, Kyle casually eyes the bottom of the stalls. She enters the last stall. We pan down to reveal her feet. The sound catches the attention of the woman freshening up at the mirror. She shrugs. Elsewhere, on the Gotham Expressway, we follow Chip's luxury car as night closes in. In a successive shot, we see the Batmobile blasting down the same highway. Back inside the ladies' room, we see Selena Kyle, now dressed as Catwoman, unscrewing a vent with specialized equipment. The woman at the mirror, now finishing up, seems curious about the loud noises. The woman approaches the stall and begins to knock, asking if everything's okay. Inside the stall, Catwoman slides up into the ceiling vent and with feline grace, pulls the duffel bag up with her whip and closes the vent. Just as she disappears, the woman knocks the door down. There's no one there. The woman turns around with a spooked look on her face. In one of the Gothcorp building's hallways, we see the woman from the restroom walking and talking with her coworker.
I'm telling you, it's haunted. I don't care what you think. It's haunted.
We pan up as the woman continues to walk down the hall, revealing a ceiling vent. We move inside the vent to reveal Catwoman, silently watching the ladies leave. She smiles and pushes on through the ductwork. We see her exit into a larger duct, one large enough to stand up in. Catwoman examines the ductwork and slips on some infrared goggles. Through the goggles, we see an array of lasers scattered across the tunnel. Using her gymnastic skills, she flips over and under them with feline grace. Cut to inside Chip's office. A rope drops. Catwoman slides down and lands with barely a sound. She examines her surroundings. She notes the painting of Max Schreck leering down at her. She remarks dryly,
"Don't worry, the feeling's mutual."
She clicks on a flashlight and moves toward a set of glass cases covered in white sheets. She removes the sheets. Inside the cases are models of power plants, water treatment plants, and oil refineries, all with the same cartoonishly simple design as the one from Batman Returns.
Ugh, same Shrek, different day.
She moves over to a model of Gotham Dam. Downstream are luxury homes, all marked with red X's. On the dam itself, the power plant at the base is marked with a red circle. A small label reads, "Excavation Site." In the water intake tower, a note reads, "Retrofit for Client F." Her eyes dart over to a filing cabinet. We cut to Catwoman taking photos of various paperwork. She pauses and sighs.
What are you doing here?
A loud thunk and a crunch pierces the silence. Catwoman collapses, revealing Inca standing behind her. The shady secretary holds up a bust of Chip Shrek, now, ironically, chipped. She flashes a satisfied grin.
That's a good question.
Meanwhile, inside Chip's car, the goons check their weapons. Chip watches.
Nervous?
The driver responds. We cut to Batman listening to the driver inside the Batmobile.
I'm just not sure this is gonna work.
Back in Chip's car, he replies with confidence.
It'll work. He doesn't suspect that I know what his miracle cure is capable of.
And just what is it capable of?
We now cut to Knox, still knee-deep in old film strips and paperwork. He holds up a real canister and reads it.
Okay. Animal experiment number 346.
He sighs and flips a switch on the projector. It starts rolling, revealing the dusty black and white image of Victor Freeze standing by a rat cage. Knox leans forward.
Hello?
He watches as Victor injects a sleeping rat with glowing serum. The rat wakes up and starts running around. Victor is ecstatic. Another assistant applauds. Suddenly, the rat begins to glow. The energy released from the rat begins to melt the iron cage. Knox's eyes grow wide as he focuses on the mutant creature on screen. It lunges at the lab assistant, setting the man on fire. Knox jumps back in his seat.
Holy shit!
He watches in horror as another lab assistant flies in with a fire extinguisher, dousing the burning man. Victor pulls the two men out through a steel door and hits a switch. A cryogas is released, freezing the rat. There's a pause. Another lab assistant bursts through the door, wielding a sledgehammer. He smashes the rat, shattering it into 1,000 ice crystals. We flip around to Knox, hot and sweaty, loosening his tie.
Jesus.
Suddenly it hits him.
This is it.
He starts tearing through the box for more reels of film.
This is it!
We cut back to Batman in the Batmobile. He watches as the red dot stops on a secluded side road. Batman flashes his teeth.
Gotcha.
At an abandoned rest stop, the Batmobile pulls over and Batman hops out. Everything's quiet. Using a signal tracer, he treks into the woods and finds Shrek's briefcase. He picks it up and opens it. Inside is a note card which reads, "Surprise." Suddenly, a goon jumps on top of Batman with a loud scream. The goon's legs wrap around Batman's throat. Batman struggles before finally slamming himself against a tree, knocking the goon out. Out of the bushes, another goon emerges. Batman attempts to fight him with martial arts, but is struck by a baseball bat from yet another goon. The melee continues until Batman breaks free. Then Chip's driver steps forward, flanked by the other two goons. A standoff. The driver is 300 pounds of pure, suited muscle. He stares down Batman before breaking the silence.
There he is. Just like the boss said he'd be.
Batman assumes a defensive stance as the goon continues.
So what's it gonna be? Nice and slow like? Or quick?
The goon opens his suit coat, revealing a stash of grenades clipped to his jacket. Batman eyes the grenades with a sly grin. The goon smiles back.
If that's the way you want it.
The driver pulls out a grenade and yanks the pin with his teeth. He then chucks it at Batman. With a perfectly executed flying roundhouse, Batman kicks the grenade back towards the goons. It lands at the driver's feet. He stares at it with a split second of horrified realization.
Oh.
The goons dive out of the way, but it's too late. In a wide shot, we see the forest light up with a small explosion, setting a number of tree limbs on fire. We then follow Batman's boots as they trudge over the scorched earth, past two lifeless bodies. We hear coughing. Batman grabs the driver, bloodied, battered, and smoking.
Where is he headed?
The driver laughs and coughs. With one final breath, he says,
Immortality.
The driver goes limp, dead. Meanwhile, at the Gotham Dam Tower, Chip bursts through the door as Freeze holds up a glowing vial.
Well?
It's finished. Soon, Nora and I will be reunited.
Yeah, about that.
Sensing a betrayal, Freeze slowly reaches for one of his gloves. Unfortunately, two of the goons assisting Freeze grab him by the arms and shove guns into the palms of his hands. One of them shakes his head no.
What is this?
See, I was thinking. This serum is tempered by the cryofluid, right? And you injected it between the two of you, watering it down even more.
Freeze glares at him, not liking where this is going.
But what would happen if you injected the whole 9 yards into a normal breathing adult?
The results would be most unpleasant.
Chip walks up to Freeze and grabs the serum.
I'll be the judge of that. After all, you can't revive your lady love without testing it on a guinea pig, right?
I warn you, you have no idea what you're tampering with.
Oh, I think I do, because I have the receipts.
Chip holds the missing pages from Thomas Wayne's diary.
I saved you, I saved her, and you said, whatever I want, you'd grant it. Well, now, the doctor gets his due.
Chip pours the serum into a syringe and examines it. The serum's orange glow illuminates his face like a pot of gold.
The only thing in the world more important than money. Power.
As Freeze struggles fruitlessly, Chip injects himself in the arm. For a moment, nothing happens. Then a sudden tick, followed by convulsions. He lurches over and grabs his stomach, screaming in agony. His blood vessels begin to glow. His skin becomes iridescent. Beneath his flesh, the outline of a skeleton forms. Finally, he collapses, his suit literally smoking. Meanwhile, on the balcony outside Chip's downtown office, Catwoman dangles upside down. Her feet are bound with a rope that extends up to an overhanging phoenix statue. Her hands are tied behind her back. Her eyes slowly open, revealing Inca holding the broken bust of Chip Shrek. Inca examines it, sad.
Looks like this one's a bust.
She tosses the statuette aside. It shatters. Catwoman groans as Inca slithers up to her.
Oh, I know, that was bad. But don't worry.
Inca brandishes a decorative sword from Chip's office.
It'll get worse.
As Inca continues, we see a close-up of Catwoman's hands. She reaches up into a hidden leather compartment situated on her lower back. She pulls out one of the Chinese stars and begins to use it to slice the rope. As she does, a claw breaks loose and falls into the urban canyon below. Down below, we see the mysterious masked rider from the previous night confronting a mugger. He stands with his hands up, brandishing credit cards like a poker hand.
I told you, lady, these credit cards are mine.
Suddenly, an object hits the masked rider on the head with a clunk. She stumbles. The mugger runs. The woman kneels down onto the ground and picks up the object. It's one of Catwoman's claws. The masked rider looks up towards the top of the building. Up above, Inca continues to taunt Catwoman.
They say cats always land on their feet. Shall we put that to the test?
Figures it would end this way. Taken out by...
Your equal?
A lapdog.
Inca angrily moves in close, holding the sword to Catwoman's neck.
It's a dog-eat-dog world out there. And I'm a bitch.
So am I.
Catwoman hisses and chomps her teeth, nearly nipping Inca's nose. Inca stumbles back, startled. She recomposes herself.
Yeah, but why? We're all monsters here. What makes Shrek so special?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Let's find out.
Inca grabs Catwoman's mask, ripping it off and revealing Selina Kyle. At first, shock gives way to a smile. then laughter. As Inca collects herself, Selena has nearly broken her hands free.
Of course. It's always a jilted ex-employee. Should have figured.
Inca tosses the mask over the edge.
You know, he said you were a nut job.
Word to the wise, the severance package for secretaries around here sucks.
See, unlike you, I'm a damn good secretary.
With a snap, Selena's hands break free. She grabs Inca by the hair and headbutts her.
Heads up.
Catwoman swings from the force of the impact. She rights herself, cuts the rope, and lands over the balcony. Inca staggers back, still holding the sword. Catwoman tosses the Chinese stars. 2 hit the sword. Another grazes Inca's hand. The sword drops. Inca grimaces. Her nose is bleeding. She wipes the blood away with the back of her hand and sniffs. She smiles.
That was good.
She pulls out a gun.
But not good enough.
Even if you stop me, I'm not the only freak in town.
You think he doesn't know that? You think he didn't plan for it? You're too late, furball. At this point, nothing's stopping him.
A grim face washes over Catwoman. We cut to Chip and Freeze inside the Gotham Dam Tower. A couple of Chip's goons hover over him, concerned. He breathes heavily. The iridescent orange hue has given way to a yellowish-green light that radiates from inside his skin. One of the goons leans in.
Boss, you all right?
Chip stands, green vapors trailing from his body. He speaks now in a deeper, raspier tone.
All right. I'm on fire.
He turns around, revealing the horrifying figure of a man whose golden skeleton is visible through his translucent green skin. An ethereal emerald fire flickers from his flesh. He examines his hands, marveling at the bones beneath, and laughs to himself. The goons step back, horrified.
God in heaven. Yes, I suppose I am.
Chip's eyes freeze, still being held at gunpoint by his men.
Release him. We have a future to discuss.
Meanwhile, on top of the GothCorp building, Inca points a gun at Selena Kyle, who's standing perilously close to the ledge of the balcony. The wind picks up. Inca motions with the gun.
Now, be a good kitty and jump off the roof.
Didn't anybody ever tell you that you can't herd cats?
No, but you can hurt them.
Inca raises her pistol and closes one eye. Selena looks up and spots a light fixture above Inca's head. She flings a Chinese star at it as Inca fires the pistol. Inca takes a direct hit from the light fixture. She collapses to the ground, unconscious, but not before getting off a shot. The shot grazes Selena's arm, just a flesh wound, but enough to send her flying head over heels across the ledge. We watch as Selena Kyle flies down the side of the building, eerily similar to her plunge in Batman Returns. She pulls out her whip and thrusts it into the air. It wraps around a statue. Kyle slams to a halt. She's now dangling from the base of the building, 5 stories above the ground. She tries to pull herself up, nearly reaching the statue, but the whip is slipping. Finally, it uncoils. Selena slips. Suddenly, a gloved hand grabs her by the wrist. The mysterious hand slowly lifts her up, revealing the masked rider. Selena rises to her feet and catches her breath, stunned by the sight. She eyes the bat ears on the rider's helmet.
Oh, great. Another one. Is he franchising now?
The rider says nothing. Instead, she picks up Selena's fallen mask off the roof and hands it to her.
Why help me?
The woman points to the camera attached to Selena's belt.
Seems we have a common enemy. Well.
Selena puts the mask back on.
How about a trade?
Catwoman points to the stranger's helmet, then to the camera.
Show me yours, I'll show you mine.
The masked rider slowly reaches for her helmet. Catwoman watches intently, waiting for a reveal. Then the rider backflips over the edge and disappears in a manner all too familiar to Catwoman.
Bitch. That's my routine.
Miss Kitty walks up to Selena from behind the statue and jumps on her shoulder, meowing.
You said it, Miss Kitty. I'm out of practice.
Elsewhere, in the Gotham Dam Tower, a goon applies concealing makeup to Chip's skin. It works just well enough, but much like the Joker's flesh-toned makeup, it seems eerily off. As the goon tries his best to conceal the skeletal image beneath, Freeze angrily marches up between them.
That technology was not meant for any ordinary man.
You and I are far more than ordinary, Doctor. We're great men. And the only greatness for man is immortality.
You promised me Nora.
And you shall have her, but not until we take out the thorn in both our sides.
Who?
Chip turns to face Freeze, revealing half his face covered in flesh-tone makeup and the other half a searing skeleton. He smiles.
Wayne.
Inside the Batcave, the Batmobile charges in and grinds to a halt. The engines sputter out as the cockpit door slides open. Batman steps out and pulls off his mask. He sets it down on the hood of the car and slams his fist against the vehicle.
Damn it!
Alfred watches from a distance and sighs.
I take it you were unsuccessful?
What do you think, Alfred?
Alfred grimaces. A doorbell rings out over a loudspeaker. Both men stare at the Batcomputer. We close in on the screen that reads front door. A security camera feed shows Elliot Knox and Lucius Fox standing on the doorstep. Bruce, still in his Batsuit, turns to Alfred in a panic. We cut to the foyer where Dick Grayson and Alfred Pennyworth stand by the door, addressing Knox and Fox. They're in excuse mode.
Well, see, that's the thing. Bruce, he's got a...
I'm afraid Master Wayne is rather...
Out of nowhere, Bruce Wayne runs into the foyer behind them. He turns his head and realizes he's past them in a rush. He slides to a halt with a loud squeak on the floor and then flips around. Bruce catches his breath, clearly out of sorts. Knox and Lucius exchange a glance.
You okay there, Chief?
Bruce waves his hand nonchalantly.
Yeah. It's a large house.
Knox rolls his eyes as Lucius stifles a laugh.
What do you need?
Knox holds up an old film canister.
We've got something we think you should see.
We cut to Wayne's living room. A fire is roaring. Above the fireplace, Thomas and Martha Wayne's portrait stare down at them. Bruce, Dick, and Alfred are assembled on the couch. Behind them stand Knox and Lucius, flanking a vintage projector reel. A white screen is perched on the other side of the coffee table. It's dark. Only the glow of the fire illuminates the room. Knox speaks up.
I'll spare you the zoology portion of this presentation and get straight to the point.
Knox flips a switch. The projector starts rolling with a tattering whirl. On screen, we see Thomas Wayne and a young Victor Freeze, now with a receding hairline, pacing around a table in a small lab room. Alfred breaks the silence.
Your father. And Victor.
With hair.
The sound cuts in.
Tom, be reasonable. I am being reasonable. It's too dangerous. Not for her. It hasn't been tested. I can test it on myself. And what if it kills you? I can cut the dosage in half. And even at a minimum dosage, protected by that cryo fluid she's swimming in, she'd still have superhuman strength. You don't think anyone is gonna notice that? She can restrain herself. Can you? You saw what happened in the animal lab. Thomas, I'd like to think I have more restraint than a rat. And what if it falls into the wrong hands? Science gave us the atomic bomb. And now, look out! Here come atomic super soldiers. I will not be responsible for World War III. We can keep it secret. How? I've already got Gothcorp breathing down my neck, let alone the Ruskies. Thomas, if you do this, you'll be dooming her. You'll be dooming me. I can't, in good conscience, do it. I'm sorry, Victor. I'm shutting it down. You're a monster, Victor, sitting in your ivory tower.
Freeze approaches Thomas Wayne, threateningly.
You have any idea what I have sacrificed, Victor? What I will sacrifice for my wife?
Victor lunges at Thomas Wayne, grabbing him by the throat and slamming him against the table. Wayne chokes, his face turning dark shades.
You will not part me from her. You hear me, Wayne?
Thomas continues to retch. He beats his fists against Victor and lets out a stifled cry.
Victor?
Suddenly, Victor snaps out of it. He drops his arms and stands back, in shock at what he's done. Thomas gasps for air and stands up slowly. Victor moves in, trying to softly touch his arm.
Tom, are you all right? Tom.
Thomas smacks Victor's hand away. Victor's eyes well up with tears.
Tom, please. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I would never do anything to... We will never speak of this again. But we're through. No. Tom, get out. We're finished. I don't want to see you, near me, or my family again. I beg of you.
Thomas opens the door.
Everything stays. Except her. Security will escort you out.
Thomas slams the door.
Thomas!
Freeze buries his head in his hands. Then a silent rage takes over him. His eyes move to the camera. He approaches it like a tiger stalking its prey, staring directly into the lens. Eerily, right at Bruce, Dick, and Alfred.
We're not finished.
The film cuts out as the projector rattles with the loud flip of spent tape. The lights come back on. Bruce stares at the white screen, stunned.
Your father wasn't the monster Freeze made him out to be. He was trying to save lives, at the expense of hers.
Alfred takes a deep breath, a small smile of relief.
And that's not all. Found this in the stash. It's your father's handwriting.
Bruce grabs the piece of paper and examines it.
Last will and testament.
Revisions he was going to make, including details on where to find Nora's chamber.
Bruce turns to Alfred, then back to Knox.
When we ever see it?
Check the date.
Bruce looks at the manuscript and sighs.
That's, 2 days before the shooting. Your lawyers never got it.
Bruce lets the paper slip to his side and walks over to the fireplace.
So, why isn't Freeze just a giant flaming fireball?
Exposure to pure, undiluted cryofluid.
So spray Nora with the same stuff, inject her, and call it a day.
2 superhumans, living in a glass bowl.
Robin sighs. Bruce stares up at the portrait of his parents, looking down on him. He ponders for a moment.
Would it be possible, using today's technology, to bring Nora back without these, side effects?
A lot has changed since the 1950s. More than Freeze would know. I've only seen scraps. But in theory, it's possible. I'd need the original formula, though. R&D aren't miracle workers.
I doubt he'd give that up willingly.
Plus, how do you find him?
Knox suddenly flinches as gunshots spontaneously ring out. Windows explode as a hail of bullets ricochet off the walls. Everybody ducks as glass and plaster splinters over their heads. Bruce leads the hunched-over group.
To the back! Come on!
They run down a mahogany-paneled hallway, through the kitchen, and up to a large exit door. Bruce flings the door open, revealing a wall of ice.
No.
Bruce slides his hands across the solid, slick wall. As gunshots ring out in the background, he grabs an ice pick and fruitlessly chips at it. No use. Bruce angrily chucks the ice pick away. Suddenly, bazooka rockets crash through the windows and explode inside. The group hits the deck and sits up against the wall for cover. Grayson watches as walls explode in front of them.
Who the hell are they?
Who do you think?
Bruce collects himself in the chaos.
Alfred, my father's old bomb shelter.
Bruce nods over to Lucius and Knox.
You get them down there, and you seal that door. Got it?
And what will you do, sir?
Bruce flashes a psychotic grin.
This.
Bruce jumps out in front of a shattered window, waving and shouting.
Hey! Hey! Come on! Over here!
Gunshots ring out as Bruce runs to the left. Grayson suddenly springs up and does the same.
Nice shot, dumbass!
Shots ring out as Grayson cartwheels away to the right. As the shots follow Bruce and Grayson in two different directions, Alfred leads Knox and Lucius to a simple wooden door. He opens it, revealing a concrete stairway. They rush to the bottom and reach a metal door brandishing a fallout shelter sign. Alfred turns the crank, opening it. He swiftly ushers them in.
Quickly, quickly, my friends.
As they enter, Alfred remains outside. Lucius stares at the old man.
Alfred?
Knox signals to Alfred, waving him in.
What do you want, an engraved invitation? Come on!
With a face of steely-eyed determination, Alfred slowly closes the blast-proof door from the outside. Knox and Lucius rush to the door to stop him, but it's too late. We see Alfred punch a number in a timed lock. 12 hours. The lock clicks as the clock starts timing down. Up above, we watch as Bruce and Dick outrun a constant stream of bullets. They pass window after exploding window until they nearly collide behind the front door. They stop to catch their breath, hunched over and grabbing their quads. The gunfire stops.
Oh, sweet. Think they're out?
The great wooden door explodes, sending Bruce and Dick flying to the floor. They struggle to get up, coughing up smoke and dusting off debris. Through the door, a man enters in a dark suit. Chip. Behind him, looming in the shadows, stands Freeze, red eyes glistening and ice rifle primed. 4 goons move in and flank Chip, machine guns cocked and loaded. Chip smiles as Bruce stands. Bruce squints his eyes. Chip's flesh seems plastered and cracked. Something's off. The seams of his suit somehow glow green.
Chip?
Chip confronts Bruce and grabs him by his tie.
I told you never to call me that.
Chip's face melts before Bruce's eyes, revealing the horrifying flaming skull underneath. Chip's gloves incinerate, exposing a skeletal hand, which sets Bruce's tie on fire. The end of the tie vaporizes into ashes, setting Bruce free. He recoils in horror and pats his simmering tie down. His gaze returns to Chip and Freeze. Bruce and Dick stare at Chip in silent horror.
What the hell are you supposed to be?
Chip moves in close, face to face.
A blight on you and your family.
Bruce casts his eyes toward Freeze and tries to reason with him.
Freeze. My father.
We'll see you soon.
Blight turns around with a snap.
Light him up and seal him in.
The goons pull out Molotov cocktails and set them ablaze. They toss them at Wayne's feet. Through the shattered windows, more cocktails follow and explode. Bruce and Dick shield themselves and cough. Through the smoke, Bruce sees Freeze walking towards the open door. He shouts,
"Victor!"
Freeze turns. A ring of flame separates him from Bruce and Dick.
Why? Tom tried to help you. We could have helped you.
Because, as another Wayne once told me, words are easy, like the wind, but faithful friends are hard to find.
Freeze turns and marches to the threshold. Bruce and Dick jump through the flames, trying to make a break for the front door, but it's too late. Freeze uses his rifle to create an impenetrable ice wall. Outside, we see Freeze step back and blast the whole house, encasing the walls and all their windows in ice. Inside, Bruce desperately tries to grab blankets and pat the fires out, insanely oblivious to the uncontrolled blaze. He turns to Dick.
No, come on. Help me.
Grayson, choking on smoke, grabs him by the arm.
Bruce! It's over.
Bruce looks around at the firestorm as Alfred stumbles in through the smoke.
To the cave.
Grayson and Bruce both grab Alfred and steady him, leading him through the toxic fog. As they pass through the living room, Bruce pauses as the other two press on. He stares at the portrait of his parents above the fireplace and watches as the flames start crawling up the canvas. Grayson comes back.
Bruce.
Grayson's eyes follow Bruce's to the painting. They watch as it melts. Briefly, Thomas Wayne's face transforms into a skull as the canvas disintegrates. Grayson puts his hand on Bruce's shoulder.
Come on.
The two run through the flames and enter the study. The old grandfather clock is open, beckoning. As the study burns, Bruce and Dick slip through the clock and shut the secret door behind them. Outside, Wayne Manor burns from the inside out. Slowly, the ice melts away as the roof collapses, leaving nothing but flaming ruin. The next morning, birds chirp in the surrounding woods as rain falls softly. A squirrel climbs atop a charred ember, sniffing around. The ember moves. The squirrel scurries away as a charcoal beam rises and gets tossed aside. We see Lucius Fox and Elliot Knox emerge from the rubble, covered in soot and ash. The two stare out at the smoldering ruin.
My God.
They stumble over bricks and debris, calling out,
Bruce! Wayne? Alfred?
Grayson! They search fruitlessly. Lucius tries again.
Bruce!
Knox touches him on the shoulder.
Mr. Fox, they're gone.
We pan out. Knox and Lucius seem like ants on a dirt pile. Lucius collapses to his knees with grief as Knox looks on. Later, at a Gotham newsstand, a delivery truck dumps a bundle of papers on the sidewalk. It's the afternoon edition. The headline reads, "Fire destroys Wayne Manor. Wayne's missing and feared dead." We cut to a news report showing footage of police and firemen sifting through the rubble. Pulling back, it's revealed that the action news segment is being relayed through one of the back computer screens. Bruce stands at the computer, arms planted on his desk, head bowed in disgrace as the report echoes throughout the cave.
Authorities believe this may be related to the recent blood feud between Mr. Wayne and his father's former associate, Victor Freeze. Thomas Wayne's reputation took a major hit last week when...
Bruce silently taps a button, shutting the screen off. Alfred approaches with solemn footsteps. Bruce breaks the silence.
My father's legacy. Everything.
Is not in the house he built, but in the people he shared it with. You are that legacy now. The question is, what will you do with it?
Bruce turns towards the batsuit.
The only thing I can.
Around the corner, Dick Grayson emerges in his biker's jacket and a backpack. He inspects one of the lesser, beat-up spare bikes hanging on a chain rack. With a steady pull, he starts lowering it with the chain. Bruce looks confused.
Where are you going?
The bike lands.
Barbara.
Why? She thinks you're dead.
He detaches it.
I know. I can't do that to her.
Nobody can see you. Think you can just waltz down there like the living dead and say, "Hey, cancel the flowers, it's a miracle."
I'm not going to. Robin is.
Robin starts pushing the bike onto the Batmobile ramp. Bruce fumbles through a drawer of keys and pulls out an automatic starter. He clicks it, locking the bike out with a bleep. Robin stares at him, waiting for the inevitable.
This is a very dangerous game you're playing.
No, I'm done playing. You may be dead, but some of us are still alive. And part of living is taking risks. I'm making a leap of faith. Well, I still got the chance.
Bruce stands on the edge of the abyss and stares at the starter lock in his hand. Robin holds his breath.
No net?
Robin smiles.
No net.
Bruce sighs and clicks the button. The bike unlocks. Dick hops on the bike, kick-starts it, and nods. Bruce solemnly nods back. Grayson rides off into the cave as Bruce chucks the starter lock into the canyon below. A flock of bats emerges from the abyss and flies over Bruce's head. He stares at them with steely eyes. Later, at Gotham University, Dick Grayson cruises around campus, hidden by his bike helmet. The constant misty drizzle of summer rain further conceals him. A montage unfolds, showing him parked in location after location, scanning the crowd scurrying around beneath their umbrellas. Whether it's classrooms, auditoriums, cafes, or the dormitory, she's nowhere to be seen. Finally, night settles in. Grayson now drives through the thick of a rainstorm, thunder crashing overhead. Up ahead, he spots the stone bridge of University Park. He stops as something catches his eye. Beneath the bridge, the mysterious masked rider takes on two men as an elderly homeless man crawls away. The fight seems to be going well for the rider. Too well. She's pummeling the men, clearly unhinged. Grayson sighs.
Oh, no.
Underneath the bridge, we watch in close-up as the masked rider continues to wail on the young men. It's clear they're frat boys. As they drop, she picks them up again and knees them before finishing with an elbow check.
You like picking on old homeless men, huh? Is that how you get your kicks?
She kicks one of the frat boys. He collapses to the ground. The bloodied homeless man watches in shock. A slight smile crosses his haggard face. The now crawling frat boy reaches for his baseball bat. She picks it up.
Oh, you want to play ball? Batter up.
She swings. The boy curls into a ball and takes slug after ugly slug. The rider starts to scream with rage at each hit. Before one final blow, a hand grabs the bat from her. It's Robin, jacket off and suit revealed. He shouts as he flings the bat away.
Hey!
The bat clunks along the asphalt, echoing down the tunnel. The rider raises her fist for one last sucker punch. Robin stops it in midair.
That's enough!
He grabs her wrist and holds it tight.
You keep going like that, you'll kill him.
The two men and the homeless man all stumble to their feet and scurry away in the rain. She watches and then turns to Robin. She whips her wrist away and opens the visor on her helmet, revealing eyes piercing through black war paint.
You have a lot of nerve.
Me? You know, we're here to stop them, not murder them.
Then why didn't you?
The rider shoves Robin again and again with each retort.
When Freeze burst into Wayne Tower, everyone was left to fend for themselves. We counted on you. We trusted you.
Robin's back slams against the wall. She beats on his chest, her fists landing on his armor with loud thuds.
Where were you, goddammit?
She slides back, exhausted, heaving with deep breaths. Robin steps forward.
If I could have been there, I would have.
Tell that to Commissioner Gordon, who's sitting up there rotting in the hospital. Tell it to Bruce Wayne, who's rotting in the ground. Tell it...
It's clear now she's crying.
Tell it to that boy, whose only crime was liking pineapple on his stupid pizzas.
Robin's eyes open wide with horror. He steps back.
Oh my God. Barbara.
Her eyes twitch and open wide. She stumbles a bit, trying to recover her poise.
What? Who even is...
Robin, still in shock himself, shoots back.
Stop. I know it's you.
Don't be ridiculous. How could you possibly know who I am?
Robin takes his mask off. Even the black war paint around his eyes can't conceal the truth. The masked rider pauses, then removes her helmet. It drops slowly to the ground, along with flowing red hair. Her eyes are also concealed in black war paint, but there's no mistaking it. Her mouth drops.
Dick?
Grayson lets out a resigned smile.
You? You're...
Barbara begins to break down, her smile of relief switching to fear and anguish.
No. No. It can't be.
It is.
She moves up close, staring into his eyes.
No. Not you. Why you? Of all people.
Because somebody needs to. Just like you need to.
No. I can't. Not like this. If Jim knew, he'd kill you.
He gave the Batman and I the right to exist. How can he deny his own flesh and blood?
Barbara pulls back and shouts.
Because I'm all he has left!
She wipes her eyes, still fighting back tears.
And so here I am, wearing this stupid mask to hide it, to drive away the fear that out there
Barbara stares outside the tunnel.
is a cold, unfeeling world. It doesn't care about him or us. It's just in it for itself.
Barbara holds up the helmet.
And now, this thing is driving a wedge between us.
Grayson holds up his mask.
You know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe the masks we wear split us in two. But you know what else they've done? They brought us together. And maybe, just maybe...
Grayson puts the mask back on.
That's how we become whole again.
Barbara begins to panic.
No. This is insane. I have to go.
Robin grabs Barbara by the arms, preventing her from leaving.
Let me go!
He pulls her close, face to face. Barbara turns her head defiantly.
No, don't look away. Open your eyes. This.
Robin points to his mask.
This is who we are.
Barbara cautiously opens her eyes and stares into his. Robin lowers his head, meeting her gaze. She soon follows, their foreheads touch. They stand there leaning into each other, shielded from the storm beneath the tunnel. Meanwhile, in the hulking ruins of Wayne Manor, the storm has let up. A woman steps over strands of slippery yellow police tape. The feet slosh in the ash and debris, kicking up fireflies. We pan up, revealing Selina Kyle, walking silently through the devastation. The faint shimmer of distant lightning flickers against the ruins. Slowly, a pale blue light illuminates the disaster scene. She looks up. A full moon emerges from the clouds. There's a snap. She turns, startled. There, in front of her eyes, is Bruce Wayne, standing still as the dead.
Why, Selina Kyle, you look like you've seen a ghost.
She smiles.
Looks like I'm not the only one with 9 lives.
What are you doing here?
I had to see it for myself. Once again, you never disappoint.
Should see it with the lights on.
She stares at the stone fireplace, blackened, but still standing like a gravestone.
I'll miss that fireplace.
Yeah.
Seems like the last time both of us were happy.
Bruce approaches her tenderly.
We can be. Again.
Selina's eyes survey the carnage.
A fairy tale come true.
She approaches Wayne, almost folding into his arms.
Oh, Bruce. You have no idea how much I'd love to.
Then, on the flip of a dime, she steps back, her face turning grim.
But I'm on the clock.
Selina pulls out a yellow envelope and hands it to Bruce.
What is this?
He opens it, revealing pictures of paperwork and images of Gotham Dam.
What you wanted. Needed. Chip was responsible. For everything. And whatever's going down is happening at that dam.
How did you get this?
She smiles sardonically, licking her lips.
I'm a damn good secretary.
She corrects herself.
Executive assistant.
Bruce stifles a laugh and sighs, examining the materials again.
I take it you're going up there.
She nods.
I can't promise I won't try to kill him.
And I can't promise I won't try to stop you.
Well, then I guess there's nothing more to say, except...
She pounces on Bruce with a wild kiss before softly letting go.
Happy hunting.
She turns and walks off into the darkness, leaving Bruce alone. Bruce stares at a picture of the reservoir.
We're gonna need a bigger boat.
We cut to a montage of Bruce inside the Batcave. He rips the tarp off the Bat ski boat from Batman Returns. We see him remove a tire from the Batmobile as Alfred awkwardly rolls another tire behind him. Bruce opens a panel in the Bat ski boat, revealing a wheel well. He installs the wheel with the whir of an electric tire iron. He next rubs his fingers along a massive shimmering blade. We see him welding the blade onto a metal extension from the vehicle. He stands by and pushes a button. The blades retract out of frame. Bruce smiles. Next, we see a batsuit being lowered into a vat of warm orange solution. Bruce nods to Alfred, who pushes a button. The vat explodes like the flashbulb of a camera. The suit is lifted out. Bruce punches up the stats on his computer. The screen reads, "Radiation shielding, maximum efficiency." Bruce hits another button. The suit's bat symbol glows the color of liquid hot magma. Another readout says, "Sub-zero temperature resistance plus 80%. Satisfied with the results, Wayne turns back to Alfred and smiles. He returns his gaze to the suit, ready for battle. We cut to darkness. The beeping sounds of medical equipment fill the air. From a first-person point of view, eyes open. A hospital room slowly comes into focus. A reverse angle reveals Inca, waking up in a hospital bed. A voice cuts in.
Ma'am? Ma'am?
Inca flings up in her bed. She looks down and finds her arm is attached to IV tubes. She looks to her left and sees a kindly-looking doctor with a pen and clipboard, flanked by 2 nurses.
What is this? Where am I?
The doctor speaks obnoxiously slow, as if she were a toddler.
You were unconscious. You took a nasty spill. You have a concussion. That was yesterday.
Yesterday? Oh my God.
She snaps to life.
Get me out of this.
She starts pulling wildly at the IV tubes.
Come on!
She yanks the tubes out, and blood starts flying everywhere as nurses rush in. Back in the Batcave, Bruce Wayne stares at the Batcomputer. Black and white photos of Gotham Dam adorn the screens, along with various maps. He sighs and turns around, grabbing the railing and surveying the newly improved Bat-ski boat and Robin cycle. Alfred, meanwhile, stands at the bottom of the stairs, polishing the new Batman and Robin suits in the vault.
I hope this'll be enough.
With all due respect, sir, when time and resources run short, enough is simply what you can afford.
That's good advice.
Alfred smiles.
For a homeless dead man.
Alfred frowns. He ascends the stairs as Bruce punches up a new screen on the computer. Freeze and Chip both appear on the screen. Bruce sighs.
Looks like it's gonna be 2 against 1.
A voice rings out from below.
Not exactly.
Bruce turns to see Dick Grayson walking through the Batmobile tunnel. Bruce descends the steps and meets Grayson on the platform. A woman emerges from the shadows. The Masked Rider. Bruce approaches Grayson. The two stare at each other. Bruce maintains a poker face as Grayson forces a smile.
Hey.
Hey.
Bruce eyes the Masked Rider silently, then Grayson. The boy sighs awkwardly.
I'm sure you're wondering why there's a complete stranger in the Batcave.
Not really. Seems par for the course around here.
Bruce glares at Alfred.
Well, you're in luck, because she's not a stranger. Bruce, say hello to Barbara.
The Masked Rider takes off her bat ear-shaped helmet, revealing Barbara Gordon. Bruce stutters and blinks. He points to both Dick and Barbara.
Was it you're...
Barbara shrugs and looks away, almost half embarrassed.
Yeah, I'm the Batgirl.
Bruce stares at them for a second, mouth open in amazement. He shakes himself out of it.
Who knows about this?
Just us.
Yeah, what about Jim?
Don't ask.
Don't tell.
Bruce turns away for a moment, then flips around and points an accusing finger at them.
Do you even realize how dangerous this is?
Hey, I can take care of myself.
Oh, really?
Grayson rubs his jaw, as if it were still sore.
Yeah, trust me, she's got moves.
Bruce puts a finger to his chin, mulling it over.
And what if I say no?
Then I guess the Gotham Globe has quite the story.
Bruce smiles.
What if I kill you?
Oh, for God's sakes!
Then where's the justice in that?
Bruce turns his back on them, lost in thought. Robin steps into the center, behind Bruce, pleading.
Bruce, we need all the help we can get.
We close in on Bruce's eyes. They squint. He flips around and approaches Barbara Gordon menacingly. For a moment, she shrinks before standing up straight, defiant. Bruce extends his finger and taps it hard on her shoulder. His voice is deep, raspy, ordering.
You stay close.
Bruce turns to Robin with a sly grin.
No, not.
As Bruce presses on, Robin follows, shaking his head in agreement.
You're the boss.
We cut to the Batsuit vault opening as Danny Elfman's iconic score begins to build steam. Batman and Robin step in. Boots are clicked into place, gloves tightened, belts fastened. Batgirl's leather jacket is spray-painted with a yellow bat symbol. She zips the jacket up and tightens loaned armor pads around her knees and elbows. Batman-style gloves and boots finish off the look. All three emerge, fully suited, as the music reaches a crescendo. Inside the Batcave tunnel, the newly remodeled multi-amphibious Bat-ski boat and Robin cycle race down the pavement, flanked by Batgirl's cycle. They burst out of the tunnel and into the birchwood forest. Elsewhere, we cut to Inca speeding down a forested highway in a black luxury car. Inside, she frantically dials a car phone. It continues to ring. Inca grits her teeth in frustration.
Come on, come on, come on! Pick up the phone!
The phone clicks. Chip's voice chimes in.
It is a rough road that leads to the heights of greatness. Please be great and leave a message.
Ugh! Inka tosses the phone across the dashboard and grabs the steering wheel with both hands. The speedometer reads a max speed of 110 miles per hour. She scans the rearview mirror. The bat ski boat, flanked by the cycles, barrel down behind her. In one swift move, the trio pass around her and zoom off into the distance, leaving her in the dust. She screams.
Damn it!
Meanwhile, Chip examines his ringing phone and puts it away. Inside the Gotham Dam Tower, a large round device, reminiscent of a bomb, is packed into a crate.
Get that down to the power plant.
Yes, sir.
Freeze watches, confused as the men haul the box away. He turns to Chip, who's busy reapplying some concealer makeup over a fresh crack on his forehead.
What is this?
The future, my friend. The future.
Freeze grabs Chip by his suit and slams him against the wall.
And what of my future?
Freeze glances at Nora in the corner, still frozen in time inside the cryotube.
Careful.
A green light glows beneath Chip's suit. The hum of radioactive fire reverberates against Freeze's armor, rattling it. Freeze pauses as Chip continues.
You're a wanted man. You want to spend your honeymoon hunted like an animal? I can give you that. Or I can give you a way out. No cops, just her.
Freeze frowns, clearly uncomfortable with all of this. Chip smiles.
Your call.
Freeze takes his hands off him. The humming glow subsides. Chip dusts his suit off as a goon calls down from above.
Hey, boss!
What?
We got company! Looks like the entire force!
Freeze glares at Chip.
No cops.
Chip sheepishly grins with embarrassment.
Work of the Batman, no doubt.
He calls out to the gang.
All right, suit up, boys!
He turns to Freeze.
We're gonna have a snow day.
Out on the reservoir, a fleet of police boats stand by, lights flashing. On the lead boat stands Acting Commissioner Akins, flanked by Sergeant Robert. He stares through a set of binoculars.
Yup. They're there all right. Just like the bat said they'd be.
Akins puts down the binoculars and glares at Robert. He picks up a walkie-talkie and presses a button.
Send them in.
Around him, the fleet of police boats rev up and push out towards the dam, leaving the command boat behind. Back at the tower, the goons stare out at the oncoming fleet. The lookouts get panicky.
What are we gonna do?
Freeze passes the goons and steps out onto the ledge of the tower.
Cold indeed and labor lost.
He charges his ice rifle.
Farewell heat and welcome frost.
He pulls the trigger, unleashing an ice beam which shoots over the lake. Freeze swings the beam to and fro, covering every spot he can. At every impact zone, ice crystals fan out over the water like turquoise tentacles. Together, they bind to form a solid sheet of ice. Soon, the entire lake is frozen. The police boats grind to a halt amidst the crackling ice. Some officers try to abandon ship and proceed on foot, but soon slip and fall on the ice. Sensing an opportunity, Chip's goons surge forward with cleated boots. Using their Tommy guns, they unleash hell. The cops are now hopelessly pinned down in a firefight. Akins watches through his binoculars as the police barricade themselves around the boats, vainly shooting at anything that moves. He lowers his binoculars down and examines his own situation. Stuck in the ice as well. He beats his fist against the ship's wheel.
Damn it!
He signals to Robert.
Call for backup.
Robert looks out over the horizon and points.
I think it's here!
Akins points his binoculars to the far shore. On an old road leading into a small beachhead, the bat ski boat and cycles race down towards the water. Robin notices the icy lake.
The lake is frozen!
And?
That's fine for us, not for her!
Batman grimaces and shifts his eyes, annoyed.
She'll have to ditch the bike.
Robin turns towards Batgirl.
Can you jump?
Batgirl slides in close with her bike and nods.
Yeah?
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3!
Batgirl jumps off her bike and onto Robin's. Robin swerves to correct as Batgirl watches her old bike flip and shatter into the woods. She sighs.
Goodbye, old friend.
She turns her head and sees a faded sign advertising a long-abandoned water stunt show. Scanning ahead, she spots a rotting wooden ramp at the end of the road, leading into the frozen lake. An old stunt ramp. Robin shouts,
Hold on!
The Bat ski boat and Robin cycle fly into the air. Both Batman and Robin hit flashing buttons in their respective machines. In midair, the wheels retract and giant skating blades fly out with a loud shing. The vehicles land. The Robin cycle is now a snowmobile, while the Bat boat skates like a hockey puck from hell. Together, they barrel toward the gun-wielding criminals. As they pass the stranded police flotilla, the cops applaud and cheer. Batman and Robin flip a series of buttons. The Bat ski boat extends a series of metal flaps at its nose, clipping multiple criminals in the legs. They tumble like dominoes. Robin's snowmobile fires a series of bolas, which wrap around the criminals' arms and send them flying to the ice. With the firefight ended, they push on. Chip watches from the base of the tower, flanked by goons. He grumbles angrily and runs to a platform boasting a ballista-style gun. He steps behind it and swings it wildly, firing disc-shaped objects into the air. The objects land on the ground and blink red. Soon the frozen lake is lit up like a runway. Inside the Bat ski-mobile, the computer readout displays the words, "Landmines detected." Batman contacts Robin.
Get ready for a slalom.
Robin squints his eyes and nods.
I see it!
Robin turns to Batgirl.
You gotta be my eyes!
Batgirl nods. She stands up as high as she can, hovering well above Robin's shoulders. She barks out orders and clings to Robin's armor for dear life.
Left! Right! Right! Left!
On the ice, the Bat ski boat and Robin's snowmobile swerve left and right as small landmines explode. Chip watches from the tower and grumbles. He signals to Freeze, standing up above.
A little help here?
Freeze nods and fires his rifle at will. Down on the frozen lake, giant icy shards rise up like massive porcupine spikes. Batman and Robin continue to dodge the obstacles. By now, they're coming perilously close to the tower. Chip's eyes widen in temporary panic. He resolves himself with boiled-over rage.
That's it!
Chip signals a goon, who brings over a comically oversized bazooka. Chip hoists it over his shoulder and fires. A massive rocket flies out over the lake and lands in front of the Bat ski boat, blowing a massive hole in the ice. Batman grabs the wheel with both hands and grits his teeth, bracing for impact. Robin and Batgirl watch in horror. They both shout,
No!
The Bat ski boat slams into the water and disappears. Robin slides the snowmobile to a stop at the water's edge. He stares down into the water and looks out toward the tower. Chip's laughter echoes across the ice. Robin sneers. Batgirl slaps him on the shoulder.
Come on!
Robin revs up the snowmobile and starts detouring around the massive crack in the ice. Meanwhile, at the base of the tower, Chip stares out at the empty ice. He turns and shrugs to his men.
Well, I guess that's that.
Below them, the ice starts to rumble. They steady themselves. Just up ahead, a series of missiles burst through the ice and explode, sending snow and water in every direction. Through the flurry of snow and ice, the Bat ski boat lunges out of the water with a massive splash. It crashes to the icy floor and scrapes its way to a long, slow stop. Chip watches defiantly as it finally rests near his feet. There's a pause. The Bat ski boat cockpit slides open with a long whir. Batman steps out and glares at Chip. Then his eyes survey the scene. The goons have fallen over from the impact of the crash and are scrambling. Chip considers his options. He runs for the tower. Batman shakes his head in angered frustration and gives chase. Chip makes it to the metal door at the base of the tower and slides through. He turns to his men.
Seal it up.
The men bar the door. Chip turns to Freeze.
Let's go.
Freeze stares at Nora's cryotube.
Nora!
Later!
Chip grabs Freeze forcefully by the arm and shoves him toward an elevator door. Together, they enter. It's a tight squeeze. As they jostle for room, a small blue glowing orb drops from Freeze's suit. It rolls outside the elevator door.
My grenade!
Freeze reaches for it, but Chip pulls him back. Outside the tower, Batman runs towards the door as Robin and Batgirl drive up. He pulls out a batarang and hits a red button. It says, "Explosives armed." He flings it at the door. Inside the tower, the metal door explodes. Batman, Robin, and Batgirl rush through. The room is quiet. Empty. Batman nods toward the elevator. Robin presses the down button. It blinks, then shuts off. He punches it.
Damn! They fried the system.
Batman notices the glowing orb. He picks it up. He stares at it, then turns toward a large diagram on the wall. It depicts a giant intake pipe leading from the tower down into the lower levels of the dam. He looks at the floor. A grate. Beneath it, the sounds of rushing water. He lifts the giant grate. Batman, Robin, and Batgirl gaze down into the bottomless water intake pipe, fed by small waterfalls lining the sides. Batman examines the glowing blue orb and hits a button. He tosses it into the abyss. A small blue explosion light flickers in the darkness. The wet concrete walls of the pipe freeze into solid ice. Robin stares at Batman, confused.
Now what?
Jump.
Down there? What if it leads to certain death?
You want a net?
Robin glares angrily at him. Batman responds with a psychotic grin. He jumps feet first. Robin and Batgirl exchange looks. Robin sighs.
What I want is decent workers' compensation.
He jumps. Batgirl follows. We follow the three of them down the endless shaft. Below, Batman begins to see a light. He sees a section of the pipe where it curves to straighten out like a water slide. The three of them hug the wall as they approach the curve. Finally, they slide down harmlessly into the horizontal section of the pipe. The three begin to breathe a sigh of relief until they notice something. Up ahead, a giant turbine spins across the massive icy tube. All three try to slow themselves with the cleats of their boots. Despite the kicking and scraping, they can't slow down enough. Batman takes his hands and places them on Robin's and Batgirl's backs. He judges the timing of the blades as they draw closer.
Steady.
Closer.
Steady.
Nearly there. Go! Batman leaps forward, shoving them towards the giant turbine. They fly miraculously through the gaps between the blades and roll out through the other side. They stand up.
Huh! Not even a scratch.
Batgirl holds up Robin's cape. A whole corner slice is missing, cut cleanly by the blade. He frowns.
Huh.
We cut to topside. Inca's car slams through a metal gate and squeals towards the dam. Back inside the dam, we cut to a large metal pipe with a steel plate bolted to it. A gloved hand punches the plate out. Batman, Robin, and Batgirl hop out. They find themselves in the center of a massive room, sporting giant cylindrical electric generators which hum endlessly. On the periphery are pipes, wire tubing, and catwalks, a maze of industry. In the center of the floor is a large cut hole. A small computer terminal sits next to it. They walk towards it. A voice rings out. Chip.
If you're looking for the tour, you're a little late. Come back tomorrow.
They turn to see Chip Shrek atop one of the generators, flanked by Mr. Freeze. The trio step toward him. Chip fires a revolver. Batman tosses a batarang. It hits Chip's gun, which fires off a single shot that ricochets across the room. The revolver hits the floor at the trio's feet. Robin grins.
Give it up, Chip. It's over.
Chip smiles smugly and snaps his finger. A small army of goons swarms onto the catwalk below him, machine guns pointed down at the three vigilantes. The trio check their exits. A smaller group of 6 gunmen surrounds them at ground level, machine guns also drawn.
Over? Afraid not. See, this is just the...
The sound of distant door crashing interrupts Chip. A loud clanging echoes off the walls. Everyone watches silently as Inca sprints as fast as she can down a long catwalk. Finally, mercifully, she tumbles to a stop in front of Chip. She hunches over to catch her breath.
Sir!
She stares down in shock at Batman and his crew, surrounded by goons.
Here.
Well done, Inca. Now sit down before you fall down.
She nods and steps back, embarrassed.
As I was saying, this is just the beginning of a brand new career.
What are you talking about?
Urban renewal.
Robin and Batgirl exchange a look and stifle a laugh.
Yeah? And how are you going to convince City Council? They'd sooner trust a termite.
What if they had no choice?
That's crazy. You'd need...
What? A disaster? That's right. And it's sitting right beneath our feet.
Batman eyes a giant black ball with a timer on it. A bomb. It's suspended high above them from a chain. He looks down. The bomb is positioned directly over the hole. Chip grins as Batman puts it together.
The 101st Street Vault. Bravo! See? It's always the quiet ones. Of course, it's useless. Unless you drill a giant hole underneath the reservoir.
Batman turns to see a goon sitting atop a giant mud-encrusted drill. The goon sarcastically salutes.
And then fill it with 1,000,000 gallons of destabilizing toxic sludge.
The trio watch as a couple of goons walk in with an oil drum and kick it over into the hole. Hideous black goo gurgles out and plunges into the bottomless pit.
Got that little tip from one of my oil companies.
But why?
Why indeed.
Chip points to the dangling bomb above their heads.
'Cause with the right amount of firepower and a little homemade plutonium.
He pulls out a small polished rock, speckled with green and yellow flecks. A soft emerald flame emanates from Chip's hand, making the rock glow a soft orange. Freeze stares at it, horrified. Chip crushes it in his hand.
Kaboom.
Batgirl lifts her visor and whispers in terror.
Earthquakes.
That's right, little lady. But not just any earthquake. One powerful enough to bring this whole dam down. Washing away Gotham's elite. Those scum who treat me like a pariah while they sip champagne in their riverside mansions. Well, now they can sip it out to sea.
Then the city
will fall.
Batgirl whispers to herself.
Grandpa.
Freeze turns to Chip in shock, his eyes calculating as he takes in the insanity of it all.
So that's your great business plan? Death and destruction?
Not destruction. Construction.
Robin mutters to himself.
Got the con right.
With the infrastructure I've gathered, I'll build a new Gotham, even grander than my father could have imagined. Power plants, desalinization systems, disaster relief, affordable housing, stores! All fast-tracked, making me Gotham's humanitarian of the century. Hell, maybe I'll even run for mayor. President?
Freeze whispers to himself.
What have I done?
Chip hears him and pauses.
What?
You'll kill thousands.
Hey, you wanted freedom, this is what it costs. Haven't you ever made an omelet?
Batman calls out to Freeze. He looks down below.
Freeze!
Is this the legacy you want? Is this what Nora waited for?
Enough!
Freeze steps in front of Chip, cutting off his view of Batman.
I couldn't agree more.
I knew you'd say that. That's why I sent your confession to the cops.
We cut to the frozen lake where Akins holds up a handwritten letter with the header, A Condemnation of Gotham and All Its Sins by Dr. Victor Freeze. Akins watches, helpless as the cops brave the ice at a snail's pace. He grumbles into his walkie-talkie. We need to move faster! Back at the tower, Chip taunts Freeze.
Don't worry, I used a lot of fancy words.
Freeze points his rifle under Chip's chin. The rifle charges with a buzz.
Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you where you stand.
Chip pulls out a remote and presses a button. Above them, the chain holding the bomb stirs. It starts lowering with a clickety-clack as the timer on the bomb begins counting down. At the computer terminal below, the trio of heroes watches as the terminal flips on, also reciting the countdown.
Because you're gonna spend the next 15 minutes getting your blushing bride out of here.
Freeze looks down as two goons wheel Nora's cryo chamber into the room and set it down. The crooks look up at him and sneer with glee.
Or would you rather she fry?
Freeze loses himself in thought. Finally, he glares at Chip.
You've made one grave miscalculation.
And what's that?
I could never look her in the eye after knowing what I have done.
Freeze springs to life and tries to shoot Chip, but Chip flings the rifle away and flips around, pinning Freeze's arm behind his back. Chip has him in a headlock now, but barely. The two struggle as the goons keep their guns trained on Batman, Robin, and Batgirl. The goons are visibly sweating, nervous, not sure who to train their guns on. Chip taunts Freeze.
That super strength of yours is pretty nice, huh? Too bad it won't be around much longer.
Chip pulls out a small, orange, glowing vial attached to a needle. Freeze's eyes widen with fear.
You like it? A little something R&D put together for me. Should make you a little more human.
Chip twists Freeze's hand with a loud crunch. Freeze drops to his knees in pain. Chip grabs Freeze's wrist tight, forcing his hand to open. Freeze's eyes look longingly at Nora in the cryotube.
Now don't cry. It's all you ever wanted. Right in the palm of your hand.
The syringe hovers over Freeze's gloved palm, pressing closer. Suddenly, a whip crack rings out. Chip stumbles backwards, one hand covering his face. He looks up to see Catwoman standing on an iron beam above. It's then we see a large green gash across Chip's face, where Catwoman's whip had cut through his makeup. While distracted, Batman takes the opportunity to throw a batarang at the syringe in Chip's hand. It flies up and lands at Batman's feet. He dives for it as Robin and Batgirl spring into action. Gunfire rings out in all directions. Some aim for the trio, others aim at Freeze. Meanwhile, Freeze fires his rifle at the goons flanking him. They all turn to ice in an instant. Freeze turns to see Chip and Catwoman. Chip stands ready to throw a punch, but Catwoman pulls out a stick of dynamite and a lighter.
Nuh-uh.
Chip pauses and smiles. He blows a kiss Catwoman's way. It's laced with green fire. She screams and falls to the ground. The now lit stick of dynamite falls into the generator. It explodes, sending everyone flying. The goons scatter. Chip staggers to his feet as Freeze catches sight of him. He waves goodbye to Freeze and disappears into the maze of machinery. Freeze follows. Meanwhile, Catwoman finally manages to rip off her burning mask and tosses it to the ground. She stands up, singed but still alive. She turns toward the industrial labyrinth, hearing the sounds of Shrek and Freeze sprinting into the shadows. As her face blazes with anger, Batman calls out to her.
Selina!
Selina looks back. The trio of heroes, battered and dusty, emerge from the smoke. Batman stares at her, his eyes grave. She stares at him coldly. A clink. A smoke bomb bursts at her feet. When it clears, she's gone. Batman turns to Robin and Batgirl.
Come on.
Batgirl stops him.
Wait, you go ahead.
But
I can disable the bomb. You stop Shrek.
Batman squints at both her and the iron jungle which Shrek fled into. He nods to Batgirl.
Do it.
Robin pulls Batman aside.
Wait. You said stay close.
And you said trust her, so which is it?
Robin hesitates and looks at Batgirl. He sighs and nods.
Good luck.
You too.
They exchange a brief longing look. Batman grabs Robin by the arm. He finally looks away as they head into the maze of generators and machinery. Up ahead, a goon stops Shrek.
What do we do?
Shrek sees Freeze emerging through a curtain of steam.
You're the pawn. Defend the king!
He pushes the goon toward Freeze. Victor fires his rifle, freezing the goon and moving on. Back at the computer terminal, Batgirl slides into place. After flipping up her visor, she pulls out a small compact container and starts dabbing a brush in a powdery solution. She applies the brush to the terminal's keypad.
Forensics don't fail me now.
Meanwhile, Batman and Robin dive into the steam and ductwork. Goons open fire. Batman turns to Robin.
Divide and conquer.
They split up. As Batman and Robin are pinned down, Chip finds a stairway to the top and starts climbing. Back at the computer terminal, Batgirl examines the keypad. Fingerprints are splattered all over it, but 4 keys display the most hits. 1, 2, 4, and 9. She looks at a digital readout, 6 spaces.
4 digits, 6-number combination.
She scrapes her glove along the number 2, noting it seems to be worn more.
2 is repeated.
She notes the countdown clock, 9 minutes to go and counting. She sighs and starts pressing the suspect numbers, followed by the red disarm key. It buzzes. The readout says fail. She punches again. Fail. Again. Fail.
Damn it! I hope they're having better luck.
Near the stairway, a goon opens fire on Robin. As he flees, he runs right into Batman's fist. Up above, Chip reaches the top of the stairs. He gazes over the ledge. The stairway is empty. He smiles and turns toward the catwalk. Freeze is waiting for him, cutting off any escape. Chip frowns. His hands glow. He gathers up all his energy into a green atomic fireball and lobs it at Freeze. The fireball hits a pipe instead. An explosion of steam hisses in Freeze's face. Victor fires his rifle, turning the steam into a harmless ice cloud. He punches the cloud, shattering it into a million pieces. With deadly intent, he steps forward.
What is the disable code?
Chip flashes an evil grin, grits his teeth, and lunges with a scream. Below, Batman makes short work of 2 fleeing goons and rejoins Robin. The 2 ascend the stairs. Up above on the catwalk, Chip unleashes another fireball, barely missing. Freeze switches his rifle to rapid fire mode and unleashes pellet shots onto the steel trellises above. They form deadly icicles which fall under the weight. Chip looks up and dodges the incoming hail of frozen arrows. Picking up speed, he jump kicks Freeze in the chest. Freeze falls back onto the railing. It snaps. He grabs the catwalk for dear life. Chip smiles. We cut to Batgirl, sweating now as she pauses for a moment.
Think, damn it! He's a narcissist. It has to be something important to him, but what?
Up above, she hears Chip cackling. Batgirl turns toward the distant tower and sees Freeze dangling. She grits her teeth, punching in more numbers.
Focus. Focus!
Chip spots Batgirl far in the distance. He picks up a sharp icicle and stares at both Freeze and her.
Oh, decisions.
He settles on Batgirl, lifting the icicle behind his shoulder as if he were throwing a javelin. Just then, a Chinese star hits him in the hand. He looks up to see a shadowy figure in the iron trellises. Catwoman, no doubt. He tosses the icicle at her. She jumps out of the way, snapping her whip and swinging to another beam, dangling like a mouse on a string. Freeze reaches up with his other hand, but Chip steps on it. He stares into Freeze's eyes, and then glances down at Nora's cryotube, gloating.
You know, I was gonna be nice and just pull the plug. But maybe I'll wake Sleeping Beauty up and take her as a wife. You never know. She might be grateful.
Rage consumes Freeze. With his other hand, he pulls out his rifle. He takes aim at Chip's head and says with sad resignation,
For Nora.
He pulls the trigger just as Chip lunges back, taking his foot off Freeze's hand. The ray hits a steel beam just above Chip's head. Victor falls with a loud scream. He lands not far from Batgirl, startling her. Up above, the frozen steel beam cracks and shatters. Chip leaps out of the way as part of the ceiling crumbles with the beam, sending brick and debris tumbling below. A broken Freeze shields his face from the oncoming onslaught, but it's useless. The rubble buries him. His rifle sticks out of the pile like a tombstone. Up above, Chip examines the gaping hole in the catwalk and then turns tail and runs. The catwalk squeaks as he sprints toward the exit. We see the bolts are coming off the wall hinges. Selina watches, still dangling. She looks up at the hole in the ceiling and begins to climb the whip. Just as Chip exits, Batman and Robin make it onto the catwalk. The wrong side. They examine the gap, look at each other, and nod. Together, they sprint and jump. Just as they land, the bolts affixing the catwalk to the wall snap. The catwalk swings down into the wall. They hold on tight. Robin shouts,
Holy
crash!
shoddy construction!
For an instant, they hang in the air. The catwalk slides completely off the hinge. They land on the ground as it topples over. After dusting themselves off, Robin turns to Batman.
What now?
Batman glares silently at the door next to them. It's marked stairs. Robin sighs.
Lame.
They open the door and begin running up the tightly wound staircase. Meanwhile, at the computer terminal, Batgirl continues punching numbers, getting more frustrated.
Come on!
In mid-entry, Batgirl gets thwacked with an iron bar to the face. The impact flings her helmet off and sends her flying into the debris. She lays helpless, blood trickling from her lip. The last thing she sees through her mess of red hair and war paint-concealed eyes is Inca, brandishing a rusty iron bar. Inca sighs.
Damn it.
She tosses the bar with a loud clang.
I thought you were the cat.
Batgirl passes out. We cut outside, 50 stories up. Now at the crest of the dam, in the middle of the tiny road atop the dam's wall, Selina Kyle emerges through a storm grate. She's still suited but without her mask. Cautiously, she walks down the center line. She looks around, hesitant. Despite her feline grace, her heels click loudly, echoing off the canyon rock face and cement walls below. Suddenly, a light at the end of the road switches on, blinding her. She turns away, shielding her eyes. Through the light, we can make out the shape of a cement truck. A voice rings out in distant echo.
Looks like I picked up a stray. But who?
Selina turns and faces the cement truck, bringing her face into the light. She smiles defiantly. Chip leans out the truck window, squinting his eyes.
Is that? Selina Kyle, what brings you back to town?
Looking to finish a job.
Sorry, sweet cheeks. We're not hiring.
The truck starts up with a guttural growl. Selina grabs her whip. The truck peels out of park and barrels towards her. At the last second, she hurls herself out of the way. The truck fishtails and skids to a stop. Chip looks through the windshield. Nothing.
What the hell?
Catwoman's feet burst through the back window. She slides in and wraps her whip around Chip's neck. His foot steps on the gas and the truck veers wildly. Not far off, we follow Batman and Robin as they near the top of the stairway. Just as Batman reaches the door, Robin says,
Are we there yet?
A cement truck tears through the wall, sending Batman and Robin into a pile of orange barrels and other construction equipment. Meanwhile, back in the power plant, Inca slams Batgirl onto the ledge overlooking the gaping hole. Batgirl looks behind her. A yawning chasm awaits, with a dangling bomb situated just below them, dropping inch by inch with every passing second. Inca mocks her.
I suppose it's fitting that the toxic sludge down there is black. Matches your outfit. Business 101. Always coordinate.
Batgirl pushes back, struggling.
Christ! I hate fashion police!
She knees Inca in the stomach and flips away from the edge, standing up. Inca smiles and lunges at her.
Ugh!
Back on top of the dam, Robin grabs his sides and groans. He sits up and scans the orange barrels, flashing barriers and fences.
I hate construction.
Batman and Robin stand up and watch as the truck slams on the brakes. Inside the truck, the sudden stop sends Selina flying over Chip and through the windshield. She groans, barely conscious. Chip tugs at his seatbelt. He says dryly,
Buckle up, bitch.
Meanwhile, in the power plant, Inca swings a 2x4 at Batgirl. A miss. Batgirl shouts,
Are you crazy? If I don't disable that bomb, we both die!
Inca swings again. Miss.
You think I don't know how to operate that thing? Don't worry. I'll add a few extra minutes after I'm done with you.
Inca swings, but Batgirl karate chops the lumber, breaking it in half. Batgirl does a backflip kick.
How noble!
We cut back to the truck. We close up on Chip's foot smashing the gas pedal. The truck roars down the street on the dam's crest. Batman and Robin rush toward the vehicle. Robin notices the body on the hood.
Is that?
Batman grimaces with anger and picks up the pace. Inside the truck, Chip laughs.
If there's anything my father taught me, it's always find a higher window.
The truck heads straight for the barrier, separating the road from the dam's edge. Chip slams on the brakes. The truck crashes through, its front tires halfway over the edge. Selina flies over the hood. Her claws latch onto the bumper. Chip throws the truck in reverse. It squeals and skids as rubber burns. Selina loses her grip as the truck pulls back. She lands just off the edge and begins to slide down the top of the dam. Her arms scratch at the cement walls. As the truck continues to reverse back, Batman and Robin slide to the edge. As he slides, he grabs Selina's whip, which had fallen to the ground in the melee. He casts the whip towards Selina with a loud snap. It lashes tightly around her wrist. She screams in pain but grabs it. She looks down. It's a 50-story plunge. She sighs with relief. Back in the power plant, Batgirl and Inca trade blows. Batgirl grabs her helmet and repeatedly bashes Inca in the chest with it. Inca retaliates with a roundhouse kick that sends Batgirl flying over to the computer terminal. She stands up, clutching her chest.
Roundhouse kick. Nice.
She stands up and raises her fists. Inca rolls her eyes and pulls out a revolver.
No, that's just cheating.
Inca raises an eyebrow and smiles. She pulls the trigger. The gun clicks. Empty chamber. Batgirl runs for the computer console. Inca fires 5 shots, barely missing each time. The 5th bullet grazes Batgirl in the shoulder. A flesh wound, but enough to knock her over. Batgirl stumbles on all fours, reaching for the console. Inca aims with a loud click.
Stop!
Batgirl sighs. Inca motions with the gun.
Now, get up. Slowly.
Batgirl slowly stands. Meanwhile, at the top of the dam, Batman and Robin pull Catwoman up. Robin slaps her on the shoulder as she collapses to the ground.
I don't know how many lives you got left, but I think you just spent most of them.
Selina catches her breath.
He's a Shrek. They're good at that.
Robin looks around.
Where is he?
Behind them, a bright set of headlights flip on again. Tires start squealing. They turn to see the giant cement truck hurtling their way, driven by the horrific visage of Chip, whose face is now fully melting. Robin grabs Selina. He tries to grab Batman.
Come on!
Batman shoves the two of them out of the way. As the truck picks up speed, Batman stares it down, defiant. From the pavement, Robin and Selina watch in shock as Batman extends his arm and beckons Chip with his index finger. Inside the truck, Chip laughs as the last of his false skin flakes off, revealing the skull underneath.
Yeah, tough guy. Come on. Let's see who can go distance. Come on! Come on!
As the truck closes in, Batman tosses 2 small black orbs. They crack open like eggshells, sending dozens of small spikes scattering across the road. The truck runs right over them. The tires pop. The truck lurches forward as the wheels spark. Chip steers wildly, trying to maintain control. Just as the truck is about to swing into him, Batman flings open his cape, sprouting temporary glider wings. His boots light up with a short burst of fire, rocketing him up into the air. Chip stares up through the windshield as Batman glides above the truck and lands on the roof. Then, out of the blue, Batman's cape drops over the open windshield. Chip can't see. He pulls out a pistol and gets off a couple of shots through the cape, but it's too late. The truck swerves wildly. The gun flies out of Chip's hand and lands on the street. In the nick of time, Batman jumps off, just in time for Chip to see its final destination, a small refueling tanker. Chip screams. The truck sails into the fuel tank. Everything explodes in a massive fireball. Meanwhile, back in the power plant, the whole place rumbles from the sound of an explosion. Batgirl and Inca look around as plaster falls. Inca smiles, moving in closer with the gun.
Aw, looks like we're missing the party.
As Inca looks away, Batgirl reaches slowly for the console. Inca raises her gun again.
Don't bother. You'll never figure it out.
You know what I can't figure out? Why someone like you would partner with a misogynistic creep like him. You realize there's only one person he's ever gonna share that ivory tower with? Himself.
Inca laughs.
You think this is about pride? Never punch a gift horse in the mouth, honey. That jackass is my winning ticket for life.
That's what this is all about? Money?
Spoken like someone who's never had to live without it.
Barbara shrinks back, the words stinging.
Oh, did I hit a nerve? Justice is such an abstract concept when you're trying to survive. Some of us have to improvise.
Back up top, Batman, Robin, and Selina slowly approach the raging fire engulfing the cement truck. Suddenly, Chip emerges from the flames, now completely blight in form. His fiery green skull radiates with rage. He growls at the trio in the middle of the road.
That's the problem with this city. No matter what you do, you can't clean up the streets.
He reaches into his pockets, pulling out $100 bills, which glow green and begin to catch fire.
Here, let's throw some money at it.
Blight opens the palm of his hand and blows. The bills fly toward the trio and combust amidst a giant green fireball. Batman grabs Robin and Catwoman. Together, the three of them duck under Batman's cape. Batman hits a button, activating the suit and cape. Robin does the same and closes the gap around them. The capes glow cobalt blue as the green fire envelops them. Blight ceases the flamethrower breath. He squints at the huddled capes, then cautiously approaches them. Suddenly, they stir. All three get up, steaming but unharmed. Blight screams with rage and marches towards them. As he approaches, Robin tries to strike first.
You, I don't care about.
He knocks Robin out of the way. Selina tries next.
You, I will deal with later.
He tosses Selina across the pavement. He points to Batman.
You.
He swings at Batman and lands a blow.
You can never be bought.
He kicks Batman.
You can never be bribed.
He elbow checks him, sending him to the ground.
And you never give up.
He picks Batman up by the neck.
You're everything I hate.
Back in the power plant, Batgirl continues to try to make sense of it all.
So you had nothing. Big deal. What about Chip? All the schemes? All the murder? And for what? He has all the money in the world!
But he doesn't have the world.
Up above, topside, we see Batman take another blow. Inca continues down below.
That takes power.
High above again, Blight slams Batman to the ground, knocking him unconscious. Inca continues.
Power he lost that one sad Christmas, when dear old Dad kicked the bucket. He promised himself that would never happen again. And now, he's gonna make good on it.
Up top, we see Blight loom over Batman like a tiger ready to consume its prey. We cut back to Batgirl and Inca.
Of course. Christmas.
What?
That's it, isn't it? That's the key.
Don't be ridiculous.
You can't hide it. Peel away that mask, and he's just another scared kid with daddy issues.
For the first time, Inca looks worried. Batgirl flashes a determined grin. Back up top, Blight leans down over Batman.
Let's see. Who is the man behind the mask?
He starts to lift Batman's mask up. Robin tries to pounce. Blight blasts him with a fireball from his hand. Catwoman tries the same, and also takes a fireball to the chest. Alone now, Blight pulls the mask up, briefly revealing the face of Bruce Wayne. Blight lets go of the mask in shock.
No, it can't be. I killed you!
Batman's eyes open. He taps the side of his mask, bringing down his sonar goggles. He grabs Blight by the head and pulls him in close. He smiles, his voice becoming Bruce for an instant.
Sorry to disappoint.
The sonar eyes explode with a bright flash, blinding Blight. He lets out a scream. Batman headbutts him hard. Blight flies back and stumbles, covering his eyes. He careens and lists like a ship lost in a storm. His feet stop right at the edge of the dam, overlooking the deep canyon below. He wipes his eyes and tries to make out the shapes before him. We see Robin step into view, then Batman, but in front of them both steps Selina Kyle. She bends down and picks up Chip's missing gun off the pavement. She points it at him.
Don't move.
Meanwhile, down in the power plant, Batgirl's eyes glance at the computer terminal. It reads 2 minutes.
Time's running out.
Batgirl notices Inca's hand is trembling. Sweat pours down her brow.
You're sweating.
Inca wipes the sweat from her forehead with her free hand. Her breath stutters.
Your breathing is shallow. Nervous? You should be. Because you know I've got the code. And you've only got 1 bullet left.
Inca trembles more, almost shivering.
What? How could you possibly?
7 chambers. 1 empty, 6 full. You fired 5 times. So 1 bullet left.
Inca's eyes grow wide with fear. Batgirl nods with confidence.
Better make it a good one.
Inca steals her resolve and extends her trigger hand, aiming for Batgirl's head.
I will.
Inca slowly pulls the trigger. In the same instant, Batgirl grabs her helmet from the floor and holds it up to her face. The gun fires. The bullet ricochets, hitting Inca squarely in the clavicle. She screams from the impact and flies back, flipping over the hole in the middle of the room. Her hand grabs the ledge. Batgirl flies to the computer console. The readout enters 60 seconds and counting. Inca screams.
Help!
Batgirl shouts back to her as she punches in numbers. She enters one of the numbers wrong.
God damn it!
She rips off her glove with her teeth and tries again. Inca continues to plead.
Please! Just 1 sec!
On the computer terminal, a button suddenly flashes and buzzes. It reads, "Initiating drop." Batgirl screams.
No!
Inca looks up. The crane holding the chain detaches. The bomb drops, pulling the chain with it. The chain whips around the top of the apparatus. Inca's eyes open wide in horror. The chain slaps her hand. She slips, only holding on by a couple fingers. Horrified, Batgirl punches in the final 2 numbers and slams the red off key. The display reads 12/24/92, the date of Max Shreck's death. The readout says bomb disabled. Batgirl slides to the hole and extends her hand, but it's too late. Inca slips just short of Batgirl's grasp. As Inca falls, Batgirl stares over the side. A faint scream can be heard, followed by a soft splash. Down below, we see a hand stick up out of the sludge, covered in black ooze. It struggles, then sinks. Slowly, the bomb follows. There's a slight rumble. Up above, Batgirl grimaces at the sound. Then she holds her breath. Nothing. She rolls over and stares up at the ceiling, sighing with relief. Then she catches something out of the corner of her eye. In a debris pile far off in the distance, the rubble stirs. We close in on the pile as a hand busts through. It's Freeze, suit dented and helmet showing cracks in the glass. Batgirl rolls away and puts her helmet back on as Freeze stumbles to his feet. He grabs his rifle. She runs toward him.
Hey! Hold it right there!
He ignores her and walks straight past. She rushes up behind him and tries to land some blows. Freeze grabs her and throws her against a generator. She slides down, unconscious. Up top, Selina still has a gun trained on Blight. The hulking skeleton looks behind him at the drop, then back to her.
Selina, do you really think you can kill me with that?
You may be powerful, but you're not bulletproof.
Blight turns to Batman.
Bruce, you're a businessman. Surely you can see the importance of bringing the right people to the table.
I prefer a slab.
Batman steps up to Selina, his voice calming.
Selina.
He holds out the glowing syringe he swiped earlier, meant for Freeze.
Put that thing away.
Take it, turn him back to nothing, and send him away to rot. In prison.
We can't. He knows.
And who will believe him? Max killed you. He killed me. Don't you see? Maybe this is our chance to start over. Two ghosts with their whole lives ahead of them.
Robin stares at him in disbelief. Selina shakes her head.
You're lying. You'd never give this up.
Batman puts his hand gently on the gun.
Can you be sure?
Tears well up in Selina's eyes. She falters. Her free hand touches his chest and moves down toward his hip.
No.
Her face turns grim.
And that's why I can't let you do it.
She plunges a claw into Batman's side. He stumbles back and pulls a claw out. She sighs.
Old habits.
Suddenly, Batman becomes dizzy. He stumbles to the ground, fighting sleep. Robin rushes toward her, but Catwoman slashes at him. He flies back, a scratch mark across his neck. Just like Batman, he stumbles to the ground, tranquilized. In the chaos, Blight tries to move, but Selina retrains the gun on him with lightning speed.
Don't!
Or what? You think you got enough in there to finish me off?
Only one way to find out.
She fires 2 shots, taking him out in the feet. He kneels down.
Ah, not the toes.
She fires 2 more shots, 1 in each arm. Blight grunts, defiant.
That's 4. Got any more?
She points the gun directly at his forehead. Blight stares at the ground and laughs.
What's so funny?
You should see yourself.
He looks up, his flaming skull eyes staring right through her.
Max would be proud.
She stares at Death's head with its sinister grin. She hesitates.
Go on. Finish the job.
Selina looks at him and stares at the revolver. She lowers her hand.
No. I already lost a part of my soul to him. I won't lose what's left to you.
Blight begins to stand, slowly healing. From ground level, we see the backs of Catwoman's heels. 2 large metal boots approach. In a reverse angle, we see Mr. Freeze step in front of Catwoman, brandishing his ice rifle.
You won't, but I will.
Freeze fires the rifle at Blight's legs, freezing them in place. Blight clenches his fists and thrusts his chest forward. A green fire begins to surge. The ice starts melting. Freeze fires again and again, covering more and more of Blight. The skeletal figure grits his teeth as the fire grows.
You will not stop me!
Freeze turns a switch on the rifle. A needle on the gauge rises to the red zone where it reads maximum power. He fires again, this time not letting up. As the firepower grows, both men shout at the top of their lungs. Freeze begins to shake violently as the power of the ice ray struggles against Blight's flames. Finally, Blight becomes sealed, just as the diamond in the rifle explodes. The whole gun bursts into fiery sparks. Freeze drops the smoking rifle and takes a knee. He looks up at Blight. The frozen body teeters on the edge. With a slow crack, it teeters over. We follow the frozen form down the side of the dam until it lands atop the ceiling of the power plant. Inside, Chip's frozen body lands on the internal industrial tower. The tower explodes. Up above, Selina watches, exhausted but content. Freeze breathes a sigh of relief.
It's over.
Out of nowhere, Batman springs up behind him and punches through the cracked glass of Freeze's dome. It shatters. He jabs the glowing syringe into Freeze's neck. Freeze grimaces in pain as the orange solution courses through his body. He convulses as the turquoise color drains from his face. Finally, he collapses to the ground. Down below, the industrial tower continues to spark and shoot flames. Lightning bolts and small explosions ensue. Finally, the whole power plant erupts. Up above, the lights go off as a giant orange fireball rises above the ledge of the dam. In the orange haze from the power plant fire, Batman kneels next to Freeze. Robin, meanwhile, scans the horizon. In the distance, a shadowy figure runs towards him. It's Batgirl. She shouts.
Hey!
Robin waves, ecstatic.
Hey!
The two collide and Robin spins her around. He sets her down and they embrace. She flips off her helmet and they kiss passionately as sparks and fireballs scatter in the air behind them. Batman watches with an imperceptible smile on his face. Freeze stares at them and smiles himself.
Two star-crossed lovers.
Batman looks down as Freeze turns to him.
I deserve whatever hell has in store for me, but not Nora. She deserves so much more. Don't make her pay for my mistakes.
If there's a way to bring her back, we'll see it done.
Freeze lays back, his face awash in relief. He looks upon Robin and Batgirl again, smiling.
Then come what sorrow can.
Freeze passes out. Batman sighs, content. Meanwhile, Batgirl and Robin look out over the distant skyline, arms draped over each other. The lights of Gotham are off.
It's almost beautiful. An entire city in the dark.
Robin sighs.
It's gonna be a busy week.
They laugh to themselves. In the distance, an army of cops break through the metal fence gate sealing the road. One after another, they start pouring through. They're led by former Commissioner Gordon, still in full uniform. Batgirl's jaw drops. He barks orders to the officers.
You there! Take a squad and clear out those towers. You set up a perimeter at the gates. I don't want anybody getting through. The rest of you, follow me.
The officers split into teams. Robin shrugs.
Guess you better go.
Batgirl throws on her helmet and slowly disappears into the darkness. We cut to Commissioner Akins finally climbing over the ledge of the dam from a ladder. Gordon extends a hand and helps him over the top. Jim?
Michael?
The two stare awkwardly at each other as more officers come up from the ladder. I hope this isn't a battlefield demotion.
Nonsense. You wanted backup? You got it.
Batman and Robin approach. Gordon extends his hand, signaling to them.
In more ways than one.
To be fair, we had a little help from the ladies.
Batman glares at Robin. He corrects himself.
A lot of help.
Never underestimate the value of teamwork. Am I right?
Akins and Batman stare each other down.
We'll see.
We will. Batman walks away with Robin in tow. They both stand at the edge of the dam and spread their capes, activating glider wings. They jump. Akins reaches his hand out, thinking they'll plummet to their doom. He pauses as they ride the air and soar above the dam, vanishing into the night sky. He rolls his eyes and shakes his head before noticing a number of cops staring up at the sky. Still awestruck by the winged vigilantes, he snaps them out of it. All right, what are you waiting for? Call an ambulance and take Freeze into custody. You there, get Public Works on the line. As Akins wades into the sea of cops, Gordon forges his own path. He strolls casually along the street, taking in the chaos of one last night on the job. Out of the corner of his eye, he catches something. He glances up to the roof of the gatehouse. There stands Batgirl, helmet on, visor down. She stares at Gordon. He raises his hand to his temple and gives a nod and a casual salute. She nods and returns the salute before jumping off the roof and into the woods. We fade into a newspaper stand. 3 bundles of different papers fall to the pavement. The first reads, Unexplained power outage attributed to the mastermind Chip Shrek. The second bundle falls, reading, Dr. Victor Freeze faces life in Arkham Asylum. The final bundle reads, Nora Freeze awakens thanks to Wayne Tech Cure. A newspaper boy cuts the twine binding the bundle. A pair of hands picks the top paper up. In a reverse shot, we see it's Bruce Wayne. He smiles, examining the headline, and pays for the paper. We cut to a shot outside of Gotham Memorial Hospital. Moving across the street, we see it overlooks Gotham Central Park. It's a gorgeous day. Rowboats in the pond, kids playing, couples strolling. But amidst all the hustle and bustle sits a blonde woman on a park bench, alone. She stares out across the pond as still as a statue, only tossing the occasional breadcrumb from a sandwich to the ducks. Pulling back, we see Lucius Fox staring at her, his hands on an empty wheelchair. Bruce approaches him and hands him the newspaper he bought earlier.
Looks like we made some ink.
You should send Knox a fruit basket.
I'll do one better.
We cut to inside the Gotham Globe building. Inside, Knox sits at his desk, tearing into a cardboard box with a letter opener. He reaches inside and pulls out a brand new camera. He stares at it like a boy who got a puppy for Christmas. He reaches into the box again and pulls out a piece of stationery with the bat symbol on it. In black ink, it says, "No pictures." He laughs to himself. We return to the park where Bruce and Lucius continue to watch Nora.
So, how's she holding up?
All right, all things considered. It's not every day you wake up from a 40-year nap. It's a shock to the system.
Seems to be walking now.
Yep, all thanks to that serum. Well, what was left of it inside that syringe, which I'm sure we owe to your friends in high places. Bruce nods, but I can't help but wonder if she'll be all right. We zoom in on Nora. We see now that she looks the same, but slightly older. A white streak in her hair dangles in front of tired eyes. Her hand strokes a younger portrait of Victor. A shadow suddenly looms over the portrait. She looks up. We cut back to Bruce.
I don't get it. The doctors say she's progressing faster than any of us thought she would.
That's the problem. Bruce, there's something you should know. We did a cellular analysis on her, and the cryo system. Lucius's voice trails off, getting lost in the shouting that grows louder with every passing second. It's Dick, sprinting down the little path.
Bruce! Bruce!
Grayson stops in front of Bruce and hunches over, out of breath. Bruce grabs him by the shoulders and tries to stand him up straight.
Hey! What is it?
It's Freeze. I just heard it over the radio. He's escaped.
What?
Bruce turns toward the park bench. Nora is gone. He runs up to the spot where she was last seen and scans the surrounding park. Grayson joins him. They turn in circles, people everywhere, but no Nora. Bruce's face tightens up.
Damn it.
We cut to Gotham Police Headquarters. Inside, cops scurry around, hauling in criminals and filling out paperwork. Bruce sits next to Dick inside a partitioned office. Commissioner Akins examines a police file, addressing Bruce. We've put out an APB on Freeze and filed a missing persons report on Nora. Unfortunately, all we can do is wait.
Do you have any idea who could have sprung him from Arkham?
Security cameras were cut. However, forensics did find this. Akins produces a plastic evidence bag. Inside, one of Catwoman's signature claws glistens. Bruce frowns and Dick shakes his head, unsurprised. Don't worry. We'll be scouring the city for her, too. Outside, Bruce and Dick descend the steps of Gotham PD. The skies are now gray again. The streets are busy with rush hour traffic. Bruce sighs as Grayson shrugs.
Now what?
Bruce stares down the street, spotting a familiar face. Selina Kyle watches from behind a street lamp. Bruce angrily marches toward her, crossing the street with total disregard for his safety. Cars screech and honk. Robin apologetically waves them off. Bruce reaches Selina and grabs her forcefully by the arm. He shoves her into a concrete pedestal. A statue of blind justice looms above them.
Staying busy?
Enjoying the fresh air.
Bruce squeezes her arm harder.
What did you do?
Selina slaps his arm off and barks back.
What you couldn't.
He needs to face justice.
And what about her? Wasting away what few years she's got left as your trophy, paraded around like a guinea pig for all the world to see?
She has all the time in the world to move on once we're done with her.
Guess you didn't get the memo.
Bruce grabs her by the neck, enraged.
Where are they?
Robin nervously looks around and tries to block them from view. He raises his hand up to Bruce and lowers it, trying to get him to settle down.
Bruce! Ixnay, Angling Stray, Obligate.
Bruce looks around, suddenly realizing how exposed they all are out on the street. Selina grins.
Quite the photo op.
Bruce removes his hand. He asks again, quietly.
Where are they?
She smiles with a nostalgic twinge of sad resignation.
I sure will miss that old fireplace.
She kisses him on the cheek and casually saunters off.
Figure it out, detective.
As the click of her heels echoes slowly in the distance, Bruce thinks to himself. Grayson finally interjects.
What the hell does that mean?
Bruce says quietly to himself.
Last place they were happy.
We fade into the giant arched doorway of old Gotham Cathedral. The steps are fenced off. A sign reads, "Closed for demolition." One of the temporary fences is suspiciously knocked over. Inside, we pan down upon the empty church. Pews are empty and covered in dust. Debris lines the center aisle. Two small figures in wedding attire stand at the altar, dwarfed by the imposing Gothic architecture. Slowly, we follow a long line of faded stone statues, the saints, as they look down and bear silent witness. Their eyes pierce the shadows as the hollow voice of a woman echoes in the chamber.
I, Nora, take you, Victor, to be my beloved husband, to have and to hold, to honor and treasure, whether through sickness or through health, for all the days of my life.
Another voice joins. Freeze.
Then with this ring, I pledge my love and fidelity.
We cut to ground level. The two figures seem impossibly far away. The groom turns toward the cavernous empty cathedral. His voice booms out toward the nothingness.
And if anyone should so object to this union, let them speak now, or forever hold their...
A loud boom shatters the silence of the cathedral. The large doors swing open. In steps Batman. He marches like a sentinel, slowly, as if the footsteps of doom. Freeze turns toward the altar and kneels down as if in prayer. At his knees, tears drop on the dirty marble. Nora puts her hand on Freeze's shoulder as Batman ascends the steps, pausing behind Victor. He speaks, sad and grizzled, removed of all youthful vigor.
You've come to arrest one Mr. Freeze, but I'm afraid he's long gone.
Freeze stands and turns, revealing an elderly man. Some 40 years past the Freeze that Batman last saw.
All you'll find is a tired old man.
Batman recoils in horror, his face reflecting abject shock. Victor laughs to himself.
Judging by the look on your face, I'd say you're just as surprised as I was. But thanks to the peculiarities of the cryo-freezing process, it seems age has finally caught up to us.
Batman turns to Nora. She now could pass for well over 80, an old woman with far too many wrinkles and worn silver hair. She stares at Batman with sagging eyes, fearful. She turns to Victor.
Victor, who is this?
Don't be afraid, my dear. This is the man who saved us.
She turns to Batman and softly kisses him on the cheek.
Then we owe you our lives.
Which, I fear, I must now give up to pay for my sins.
Nora gasps. She turns to Batman.
No, please.
Batman pulls out his bat cuffs. Tears well up in Nora's eyes. Reluctantly, Victor extends his hand. Batman cuffs it, but then lets the other cuff drop. He glares at Victor and turns away, stepping down off the altar. In shock, Victor calls out to him, asking,
"Why?"
Batman turns and puts one foot on the bottom step.
Because a wise man said, words are easy, like the wind.
Then he gazes at Nora.
But faithful friends are hard to find.
Victor's eyes open wide.
Bruce Wayne.
Batman glares at him. Victor smiles, saving face for the both of them.
He must have told you that. Well, tell him from me that he's a good man much like his father.
Batman slips an almost imperceptible grin. He nods and turns, proceeding down the center aisle. Victor watches in awe, muttering to himself.
Farewell. You shall be the last of humankind, whom these eyes will ever behold.
Up in the rafters, Batman looms in the shadows like a dark angel. He watches as Victor and Nora walk down the center aisle. The music is triumphant, but bittersweet. A wedding march twinged with sadness. They hobble, step by step, arms linked, content in their old age. As they disappear, Catwoman appears behind him.
So is that what you call justice?
No.
And yet here you are. I'm surprised you didn't spontaneously combust. It is a church.
Batman turns to face her.
People change.
Do they?
I don't know. You tell me. They managed to find hope. Is it possible we could do the same?
Catwoman moves in close and kisses him. Slowly, their lips part. He stands there, caught up in her feminine snare. She smiles.
If there's any justice in this world.
She slowly steps back with a wink and backflips into the shadows. Robin enters the light, having witnessed the whole thing.
I hate cats.
What about bats?
I've learned to live with them.
Does that mean you're staying?
More or less. But I have to forge my own path.
So, this is the end for Batman and Robin.
Not the end. Look, Gotham will always need Batman and Robin. It just doesn't always need Batman with Robin.
Batman considers his words. He turns to Robin and extends his hand.
Then how about one last flight? For old time's sake.
Robin flashes a cheeky grin and shakes on it. We cut to the steps of City Hall, where former Commissioner Gordon pins a new badge on Commissioner Akins. They shake hands as the uniformed officers behind them applaud. In the gathered crowd, Barbara applauds with the audience. Akins slowly moves toward the bat signal. Next to it is an axe. He picks the axe up and stares at the signal, then back to the axe, hesitating. Gordon looks on, nervous. Barbara holds her breath. Akins swings his axe. It lands on the concrete next to the signal. Akins switches it on. The signal beams to the sky, generating uproarious applause. Barbara exhales and joins the crowd in cheering. We close in on Alexander Knox over in the press circle. He snaps a photo of the lit signal and smiles to himself.
Go get him.
We cut to a quiet side street where Barbara Gordon slowly strolls down the road. She looks up and sees the bat signal shimmering in the sky. She looks back down and spots Alfred by the Rolls Royce. He opens the door.
I'm afraid it's only sparkling cider tonight, ma'am.
She smiles.
That's fine, Alfred.
She gets in. On the seat is Barbara's motorcycle helmet and a meticulously folded, fully armored Batgirl suit. She holds up the brand new cape and cowl. Alfred watches in the rearview mirror as her jaw hits the floor.
Unfortunately, our tailor is well beyond his years. But Master Wayne insisted a young lady should never be caught without the proper attire.
She catches Alfred's gaze in the rearview mirror, stifling a joyful laugh.
He's quite old-fashioned, you know. Master Grayson, too.
They're quite the pair.
On that note, I regret to inform you that they said they'd be a little late.
Barbara smiles and pats her helmet sitting atop the suit.
That's okay. I can wait.
The music begins to surge as Alfred rounds a corner and drives off screen. We climb up into the skyline, fading into the ramparts of old Gotham Cathedral. Stone gargoyles, angels, and demons all fly by. With every ascending step up the impossibly tall building, the score grows more triumphant, finally culminating with ringing church bells as Batman and Robin stare out over the dark urban landscape. A statue of an archangel brandishing a sword in the scales of justice stands behind them, watching the dark nights. With the final gong, we fade to black.